Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So as you already know that on November 8th, so Angular 17 has been released with the new features. So many new features has been released in Angular 17. In 16 also we have features like signals and all those things, but unfortunately we haven't covered those all things. We'll try to cover those topics also. So here this Angular 17 new features is there. So which I liked, some of them I liked it. So that's the reason I want to make a video on this one. So if you want to upgrade it to Angular 17, so you can just do the ng update so that it will be installed, or otherwise you can run the command npm install --global @angular/cli @next also you can do it. So then it will be installed to the 17th version. So fine. And also another thing, so first feature what I want to introduce you in the Angular is, so that is nothing but the new website, or otherwise the new documentation. So it is in beta right now. So soon it will be introduced, it will be removed from the beta, it will become stable. So the documentation and all those things has been changed. If you try to observe carefully, so when compared to the React and Vue and all those things, so the documentation of the Angular, following the documentation will be little bit of quite what I can say is difficult. So the layman, if the new beginners come to the Angular documentation, they cannot able to find a useful topic in the Angular. So they need to search other third-party things, something like that, in order to learn an Angular. But this time the documentation for me, according to me, I liked it very much. Something like a Vue.js, Vue documentation like that they have introduced it. So here if you try to see what is in Angular essentials, components, so they have given directly about the components. You can learn everything about the components here. So previously we used to learn so many things, template syntax. So what are the different types of template syntax and all those things available in the HTML. So you can learn about this one. So like this topic wise they have here, they have given about the documentation. So it's pretty nice, right? So traditional Angular, if you try to see Angular, let's try to see the Angular. I don't know, angular.io. If you try to see here the docs, if you go into the docs, here we are not able to understand the developer guides, best practices. So here you will not able to see about the components, whatever the things you want to learn. So you will not able to learn about the components. So here you will be able to see it. And here only in between these components only they have given about the templates and all those things. So it will be little bit difficult for the beginners who wants to follow. But here they have given straightforward. So now you can learn about this. What are the things essentially required? They have given directly in the straightforward. So this is a good start actually for the Angular. Now the features which I want to tell you. So the componenting and all those things also will come one by one. So let me know in the comments if you want me to do a complete tutorial or the complete series on this Angular 17 also. Let me know in the comments, so that if most of them comment me means, so I will try to do. And the one thing what I want to tell you about is the template syntax. So many template syntax has been changed. One of the main thing is the control flow. So there is nothing but it is in right now, it is in the developer preview, but we can ready to try. But in becoming stable, it may change, it seems. But tomorrow it will become as a standard thing. So you need to learn it. The one main thing which you can able to see is the ngIf. So we already got habituated to the ngIf syntax, ngIf, and you'll write the condition, or otherwise else block, and you'll use an ng template like that, right? But now it has become very simple. Now you can write it very easily. There is no need to remember the syntax. So remember, if you try to see the syntax, it is something looks like a .NET MVC Razor syntax. So you can directly use @if like this, or you can use it else if like this. So it is very easy, right, to write it. So this is one of the main thing which we can use it. So let's try to implement this if thing, how we can implement. So first I will show you how we can install the Angular application. As you already know about this one, so white plus ESBuild integration also has been came. We will see about these things also. So I will create, so right now, so the version which I am trying to use right now is ng version is, let's try to see. So right now I am having an Angular version of 17. So if you don't have an Angular 17 version, so you are having in 16 means you can do ng update, or otherwise you can install npm install npm install --global @angular/cli @next. So you can use this command so that you will be also having Angular 17 in your system, or otherwise you can also have a playground. So before going into this if and also installing the project, I want to tell you another thing also. So up to now what we can see is we have an Angular playground. So if you want to write the code on the fly or something like that, if you want to do the practice or anything means, so now Angular has also introduced another one, that is a playground. So if you try to click on this playground, so here you can write whatever the code you want, you can write it here directly, main.ts. So here you'll be able to see, so whatever the code you want to write, you can write it. Okay, mini game, here you are having a mini game, and if you want to get an hello world, you can get an hello world. See, simple, right? So you can be able to get an hello world. So like this you can able to get this one, select a template. So here you are having a template. Now so now control flow. So here they are giving a control flow. See what are the if statements and all the things also they are trying to give. If you want to write it means, so you can create the what I can say is the project, and you can work on your own. So you can do it. Okay, you can create a project and you can do it on your own also. But here the new thing what I want to tell you is the Angular playground has also been introduced in this one. So reference and all the things is a different thing. So you already know about these all the things. So what are the APIs and all those things available. So if you want to refer this API, you can refer it. And also there are plenty of couple of tutorials also which you can check it in your this one. So here they will be giving you an example, and also you can able to see the code also. So here you will be able to see one by one components, how the components will work, and here you will be able to see. So like this you can able to see one by one. So this is one of the thing. So now overall what I can say is the Angular has been completely, they are trying to revamp it. So many new changes has been came. So I told you, right, control inflow is there, and we are able to see a defer lazy loading about this one, and SSR also has been introduced. So here you will be able to see SSR also has been introduced in this one, and signal also it has been fine grained state update, and all the things have also been done. So it is faster than ever it seems. So effortlessly we can do this one. So ng update everything. So the Visual Studio editor support is also, Visual Studio Code editor support is also there. So there is no need to worry. So everything comes with a in your system only. So everything you can do it. So this is the new feature Angular 17. So from the next video onwards we will try to complete this Angular 17 new features. What are the features that has been introduced in this one? So let's try to implement those all the things. So hope you understood about this one. So this is the Angular 17 new course. So many new features has been introduced. We will try to learn about this all the things. So that's it guys about this one. So in this one what we have learned, so the documentation which the new one angular.dev, angular.io is different and angular.dev is different. So this documentation is in the beta, so you need to understand it. And that's it guys. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So we are already started this Angular 17 new course, right? We have already completed one video. Now after a long time we are reinitiating after the ChatGPT course. So we had a brief introduction about the Angular 17. So this course, this Angular 17 course will be little bit different. So we will be approaching in a little bit different way. So if you want to learn more about the basics and all those things, means we have already Angular complete tutorial. You can watch that one. Here I will be assuming that you have a basic knowledge in Angular. So I will be completing little bit faster, and also the new features I will be explaining you in this one. So fine, let's move on to this one. So in order to install, first we will start with a basic application. In order to install a Angular application, or in order to create a new Angular application, 17 application, so what we need to have is, the first one is we need to have a Node.js installed in your operating system. So for Node.js, you know that Node.js, if you type here, you will be able to see in the home page. So this is the current version, or this is the recommended for the most users it is running. So you need to install this one. After installing, you can go to the command prompt, and here you can write node -- version. Then you will be having the node version that is installed. So right now at the time of this recording I am having 18. Okay, you are having 20 also, so it's not a problem. So nvm list, if you try to see here, so you can also have a node version manager nvm list. So I am having 18.16.0. so if you want to install, so you can install it nvm -- help. Now here you will be able to see, so we need to install it, right? So here nvm current or here LTS is there, right? nvm install LTS. So we can write it something like nvm install LTS. Now it will install the latest one, something like 20.11.0. right now it is running 20.11.0, right? So it is installing in my system 20.11.0. so this depends, so any version you can run it. So now I am downloading the node.js version 20.11.0. after successfully installing this one, I will get back to you. Now it has been successfully installed. So it is telling that nvm use 20.11.0. now if you try to see node hyphen version, still it will be in the 18 only. So if you want to use it, so we need to use nvm use 20.11.0. now here access is denied. So why? Because we need to open the command prompt in an administrator mode. So let me open this one in an administrator mode and I will come back to you. So now I have opened this one and I have used this node version. So right now my node version is version 20.11.0. So now we have successfully installed our node thing. Now it's time for us to install the Angular CLI. So for any time whenever you want to create a new application in the Angular, means we need to have an Angular CLI installed in your operating system, So now what we need to do is, so we need to install the Angular CLI. So for this one, what we need to do is npm install -g. -g means globally @angular/cli latest. So it will install the latest one. So now let's install this Angular CLI latest one. So it will take some time to install depending on the internet connection. So you will be installing. So it will take some time for me. Let it take. So Angular CLI is also installed. So I am checking the version ng version. So in order to check that whether Angular CLI installed or not, so you need to check the version with ng version. So now it will give you the current version which the Angular CLI has been installed. And now if you let's see. So it is telling that it's wrong. So we should not use the -. We should just use this ng version. So now it will give you the version name. Now here it has been installed 17.0.10. So now we have successfully installed this Angular CLI. So if you are not able to get this one, means so maybe something wrong is there. So you can check in the Google or anything. So what is the wrong? So right now the Angular CLI is 17 and the Node.js is 20.11.0. Fine. So now it's time for us to create a project. For creating a project, what is the command we need to use is, everybody knows. So ng new Angular basics. So I am creating a new one, something like Angular basics. So let's try to press enter. So now we are creating a new Angular application. It will install with an Angular version of 17.0.0. So now it will ask you some series of questions. So what is the type of CSS you want? So I will take the CSS only. And you want to have the server side rendering? No. So we'll discuss about the server side rendering and all those things also. So it is creating an application. So let it create. So it is installing all the packages and all those things which are important for this one. So let it install. So now it has been successfully installed. Let's go to the project. So that is nothing but Angular basics. And now you can type the command ng serve -open. Now you will be able to see the project will be opening in localhost, something like that. -open means directly the localhost URL will be opened in the browser. So it is compiling the entire thing. So let it and compile. Here you will be able to see it is building the application. So now we are able to see that localhost 4200 has been opened. And if you open here, so the new tab has been opened in the browser, in the Chrome browser, and now it is opening. So the default browser whichever you have selected, it will open this one. Now this is the basic thing. So this is our Angular 17 new app. So now we have successfully launched the Angular app. Now in order to open this project, so you can go to the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so this is our Visual Studio Code, and here this is our Angular basics. I have already opened this one, or otherwise you can go here and click on the open folder and you can select that folder which you have created recently. Now this is our project. So now if you try to see, these are all the folder structures and all those things we have seen it. And in the package.json, so this is our package.json file. Sorry, not JSON. So this is our package.json. So here we are having Angular core 17.0.0, Angular forms, everything is in 17.0.0 only. So this is the for this whole entire thing for development. I will be using the Visual Studio Code, and if you want to have any changes or anything, means please let me know in the comments. So I will try to change those all the settings and all the things. If you are not able to see the font or anything, means let me know. And tsconfig.json. So this is our TypeScript configuration. Okay, so now package.json is there, and angular.json also we are able to see. We'll try to learn one by one all the things basically, and the root project is the here this one. So here where we will be working most of the time in this folder structure only. And node modules, these are all the packages, whatever the packages are there, so these are all installed in the node modules. And VS Code, this is our editor based thing. Angular is also the editor based thing. And here this app we will be creating all the components and all those things. And here roots.ts, config.ts, these all things also we'll discuss. And assets means where we will be keeping these all the static files and all those things. That's it guys about this concept. So what I will try to do is I have also created a GitHub repository. So for this one, so whatever the GitHub repository, whatever the thing I will be discussing, whatever the thing, so I will be doing, so I will be committing this code in our github.com. That is nothing but Angular 17 course. Maybe I have created it, I think, /Leela Angular 17 course. So this is our main GitHub repository. So here this is our code, right? So I will commit this entire code. Okay, so it is initializing and everything. So I will commit this entire code in this one. So if you want to refer this code or anything means you can go and refer that code. So that's it guys about the basic thing. So in the next video what we will try to do is we will learn about the components, how to create the components in Angular 17 using the standalone and all those things, how we can do it, and different types how we can create the components, different ways like selectors and all those things. We will try to see it in the next video. So hope you understood about this project creation in Angular 17. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we have successfully created the project. This is our project, right? Now we know that the main part, so here lies in the app folder. So this is where we will be creating all the components and all those things. So now how we can create the component. So the first one is importing and using of the creating of this component. So how to create a component. So for creating a component, what we will try to do is, so we'll create a new file and let's go and create profile.component.ts. So this is a simple file, that is nothing but a JavaScript file. Here we will be using the TypeScript, as you already all the people aware of this one. So we are using the .ts means it's a TypeScript file. So now here we will be writing the code. So this is our component, profile.component.ts. This is the naming convention which we will be trying to do. And here we will be using export default class profile component, and this is the name which we will be creating. And for this one to behave as a component, we need to use the @component directive, which should be imported from the Angular core. And here in this one you will be having three important parameters, so the three important keys. That is nothing but first one is the selector. So here you will be giving the selector thing. So here I am writing it as an app-profile. So this is one thing. And the another one is the template. So what is the template I need to render? So here I can write something like h1 and the profile component. So here I can write it like this. And the last one is nothing but selector, here spelling mistake. And the styles, if you want to implement the styles and all those things, so you can write the styles. And here I can reuse h1 color green, and the background color also will try to give background color yellow. So this is our simple component. So we have created our simple component. Now we need to use this component. So now if you try to see here and if you refresh this page, so we are not able to use this component. So now we need to create this component. How we can create this component? So sorry, we have created this component. How we need to use this component? How we can import and use this component? Let's try to see it. So now let's go to the app component.html file. I am removing this entire code and I am writing here hi Leela. So this is our simple code. Now here if you try to see, here we are able to see the output also. Now I need to use this profile component in this app component.html. So how can I use this one? So here I can write something like, sorry, let's remove this one all. Yeah, here I need to write app-profile. That's it. So now when you use this one directly and if you refresh this page, here it is showing an error that app-profile is an Angular component. I cannot use this one. So we need to use this, implement this one in the imports thing. So in Angular 17, it is recommended we need to use the standalone components. So that is the recommended one which we need to use this one. We need to use this one. So standalone component are directly importable into other standalone components. The Angular team recommends using the standalone components for all the new development. So now for example, let's say that the previous method how it was is, so we need to go to the app.module.ts and there we need to import it, right? So So if you try to see here something, so we will discuss that one in our module section. So first we need to make this one as a standalone component. In order to make this one as a standalone component, so we need to write here standalone as true. Okay, so this one we need to make the standalone as true. And now do we can use directly this one. So now we are able to see hi Leela, but we are not able to see the component. So that component is not getting rendered. Why? Because here we are having the profile component, and also we have applied some styles also. So how we can make this available? If you try to see here, we have used this app profile, and here it is telling, still it is saying that it is not a known element. Why? Because so we need to go to the component.ts file, and here we need to add it in the imports. Why? Because these are all the standalone components, right? So now here for this one, what we need to do, and here in this one, so I need to add the profile component directly. Now if you try to see the output, now we are able to see the profile component thing. So this is how we will be creating the component, and we will be importing and using the components in another component. So now here the structure we have seen it, right? The standalone we need to make it as a true so that it is standalone, and the selector we need to use it, and the template we will be using like this, and styles. There is also another way. So for example, if you are having more and more HTML, so how we can implement this one? So this becomes a tedious or confusing, right? How we can use this one is, so instead of this template thing, we also have another one that is nothing but template URL. So for this one, what we need to do, we need to create another two files that is nothing but profile.component.html, so which contains all the template, and the another one is profile.component.css, profile.component.css. That's it. So now in this HTML, so whatever the code we have written here, so this h1 and all those things, we can copy it and we can paste it here. So but here this is the template URL, right? So what we need to do here, so we need to mention the profile component.html. So here we have mentioned the path for this profile component.html. The same CSS which we have written here, we can copy it here and we can paste it. Now here the same thing, the styles, so it should be style URL. Okay, style URLs. So style URLs, you can mention it like this. You can also have multiple CSS files. You can have another CSS file. You can create it and you can have it like this also. So that's not a problem. So now like this we will be creating. Now this also works the same only. Now we have divided the coding. So we have divided the code and all those things. So for HTML we have made it as a separate file, and CSS also we have made it as a separate file. So this is one methodology. So now we have seen that selector app-profile, and we are able to see this code. So now one thing we have implemented, right? So this standalone code, so I told you, right, Angular code that predates standalone components is it uses the ng module as a mechanism for importing and using other components. So we will see about this one in our ng module section and all those things. So I don't want to explain you. So this is all related to the Angular 17. So we will learn the latest thing only, which will be completely different with our previous Angular course. So now we have successfully created our own new component. So now in this component, we need to know what are the different types of selectors that are supported in this one. So in Angular, what are the how many different types? So this is a selector. So this one is nothing but what I can say is this is a type selector. Okay, or otherwise we can say it as an element selector. Okay, so this one is, and directly we will be using this component name here directly. Okay, so now this component name, how it will be created is when we are using this compile time. So Angular matches the selector statically at the compile time. Changing the DOM at runtime either via Angular bindings or with DOM APIs does not affect the component rendering thing. So now the different ways we are having actually. So component selectors, you need to understand that these are case sensitive. So app-profile, this one is different, and here if you try to see, and this one is different. So now we are able to see the output. Okay, these are case sensitive. So actually we are not able to see it. App-profile, let's say. So I think this one is working, I think, but these are generally component selectors are case sensitive. So now I want to tell you that Angular supports different types of thing. That is type selector, attribute selector, and also the class selector. So first one is this type selector is which we have seen it. So that is nothing but it is matching with an either HTML tag name or the node name. And another one is an attribute selector. So attribute selector means you can also mention it as an attribute selector. For example, let's say that here I am trying to give it something like app-profile. Okay, so this is nothing but an app attribute selector. Now if you try to see the output, So then also we are able to see this output, right? Now here if you try to go into our app component.html, now if I remove this one, whether we can, yeah, now it's not working. So now here we can also mention it something like app-profile, like an attribute also. Now if you try to see the output, then also this should work. Hey, why it is not working? Profile.component selector, I have used this selector only. App- whether it is running or not. So it is also running, and if you see the output for this one, so now it is working. So maybe our command prompt has got stuck sometimes. So whenever you try to see, whenever you are not able to see the output, expected output means you can restart your Angular that command. So now we are able to see that app in our profile comment. So this is our class selector. Now if I try to use something like app-profile, it should not work as expected. So now I am trying to use it. Now you are getting an error, right? So now you are able to see that there is no output we are getting. Actually we need to get an, so here now we got an output, error. Now we are able to see that same error it's not, we are able to see. So fine, now you are able to understand, right? So this is one way which we can get it. Now another one which we can do it is, so here we can also use the pseudo classes also. The only one pseudo class it will be supporting is the not. For example, let's say that I want to use this one only in the app profile. Okay, I don't want to use it for the paragraph element. Okay, I don't want to use it for the paragraph element. Now this one also we can use it. Now if you try to see here, so for this div we are able to use it, and if you have another div we are able to use it. Okay, 2 times the component will come if you try to see, and I will try to use the same thing for the paragraph also. I will try to show you, and if you see the output we are not able to get it, but here I will try to apply for this span element. So now we are able to see the output. Now three profiles will come. If I try to show you this one in our inspect element, so we are able to see this for this paragraph we didn't get anything, but for the span element and also for the 2 div elements we are able to get it. But for the paragraph element we are not able to render the component. So this is just because we have used the not. Only the not pseudo class will be applied. Pseudo elements and all those things will not be supported. Angular does not support any other pseudo classes or any pseudo elements in the component selectors. So this is one thing. And we can also use another type of things like multiple selectors also we can use it. Like for example, let's say that I want to support as an element selector, and also I want to support as an attribute selector. So you can use it like this, comma oriented. So now this one is also supported. Now if you try to see here, we are using like this, right? And also you can use it like app-profile. Like this also you can use it without any problem. Now 1 2 3 4 5, so total 5 times it should be rendered. So here we will be able to see 1 2 3 4 5, so 5 times it has been rendered. So this is how we will be using the selectors combination. So now I hope you understood about this selectors and all those things. So now what is the main thing? So how to choose a selector? So the vast majority of the components should use a custom element name as an selector. All custom element names should include a hyphen as the described thing. So now here it should be all the custom elements. Here it should be an hyphen. So this is the recommended one. Custom element selector is the recommended one. Okay. By default, Angular reports an error if it encodes a custom tag name that does not match any available components. So for example, if you are using an app-profile and here you are trying to use any other something like app-user. Now here in this scenario, the Angular will report an error. So will show an error. So preventing bugs due to mistyped component names. Whereas in the class selector and all those things, it will not show you any errors. And also the another one which I want to discuss you before closing of this video is the selector prefixes. Okay, so normally we will be using these selector prefixes like app like this, right? So if you want, you can also use your custom one thing, so which is present in the angular.json. I will try to show you those all things also. Okay, so no need to worry. So prefix is app, we are using it, right? So we can have your own prefix and all those things. So like this also you can use it. So but we should not use the ng as the prefix. Why? Because it is a reserved keyword. So that is the main thing which you need to use. So never use this ng as a selector prefix for your own custom components. So when to use this attribute selector and when to use this element selector. So you may be having a doubt. So you should consider an attribute selector when you want to create a component on a standard native element. For example, if you want to create a custom button component, you can take the advantage of the standard button element by using an attribute selector. So this is one way where we can use it. So that is one thing, right? So these are all the main things which you will be trying to do. Components that define attribute selectors should use the lowercase dash case attributes. You can follow the same prefixing recommendation described above. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So now we have understood here creating of the component, importing of the component, and also the different types of selectors, how we can use for creating of the, for using the components. We have seen it. So that's it. Hope you understood about the creation of the components. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So now in this video we will learn about the styling of the components. So components can optionally include the CSS styles that apply to that component's DOM. So for example, let's say that here we are having this profile component, right? So which we are trying to check with an example. Here we are having the style URLs. So this is completely optional. If you don't mention the styles also, it's okay. The component will work. So this is an optional one, and this is this one. So you can mention. So there are different ways how we can mention the CSS. So here this is the CSS which we are trying to write it. When Angular so one thing you need to understand that when Angular compiles your component, like whenever you are trying to build like npm run build or ng's or anything, when Angular compiles your component, these styles are emitted with your component's JavaScript output. So that means that component styles participate in the JavaScript module system. Whenever you render an Angular component, the framework automatically includes its associated styles even when the loading of a component. So what I am trying to tell is, so here whenever you are trying to add the styles and all those things, automatically whatever the styles you are trying to write it, whenever it is trying to runtime in the JavaScript output, it will render here. Okay, yes, it will show the framework automatically includes its associated styles in the JavaScript output. So that is one thing which I want to tell you. Angular works with any tool that outputs CSS, including Sass, Less, Stylus, everything it will use it. So the important thing which you want to learn right now is the style scoping. So what is the style scoping? Every component has a view encapsulation setting that determines how the framework scopes a component styles. So there are 3 view encapsulation modes. For example, let's say that here this is our component, and this component, or not only this component, any component in the Angular, so you will be having 3 types of scopes. So there is nothing but an encapsulation modes. One is an emulated, shadow DOM, and the last one is the none. So this one you can specify that mode in the components decorator. So here you will be having an option something like encapsulation, view encapsulation dot none. So we will be having different things like view encapsulation dot emulated. Okay, so we need to include this view encapsulation which should be imported from the core dot emulated. So you can use this one like emulated. So this is the how we need to import it. Now another thing which I want to explain you, that by default Angular uses the emulated encapsulation. So this is the emulated encapsulation which the Angular uses by default, so that a component style only apply to the elements defined in that component template. So here we are having this HTML, right? So whatever the HTML or the classes or the CSS you are writing in this component, it will be applied only to this component template only. So in this mode, the framework generates a unique HTML attribute for each component instance. So if you try to see here, I will try to show you this Leela WebDev. Yeah, here. So the code, when you try to convert it into an emulated mode, so the HTML, what the Angular will try to, the framework generates a unique HTML attribute for each component, adds that attribute to elements in the components template, and inserts that attribute into the CSS selectors also. If you try to see here, the same CSS selector, it will insert it here. So this is how it will work. This mode ensures that a component style do not leak out and affect other components. However, global styles defined outside of a component still affects the elements inside a component with emulated encapsulation. So that is one thing. So for example, let's say that now whatever the thing you are trying to write it, for example, let's say div class equal Leela, we are having it, right? If you are having the same thing in app component.html with the div class is equal to Leela, okay? So app component 1 So if I try to write it like this, now if you see the output, so for this one it has not, the colors has not been applied, but the CSS is one and the same only. For example, if you try to see here inside this one, so this one is also you are having div.leela, but a unique HTML attribute has been added, which is added both to the element and also to its associated style also it has been applied, so that these styles cannot be leaked to the outside of the component. So only within the component this will work. So this is the default method and the suggested method which you need to use it. So that is one thing. And this in this emulated mode, Angular also supports two major pseudo selectors, that is host and the host context. So this one also you need to understand without using the shadow DOM. During compilation, the framework transforms these pseudo classes into the attributes. Angular's emulated encapsulation mode does not support any other pseudo classes related to the shadow DOM, such as : shadow or : part. These all the things will not be supported. Only host and the host context pseudo selectors are supported, and also you will be having ngdeep also. I will try to explain you those all the things. So another one which I want to explain you is then in view encapsulation.shadow DOM. So this mode scopes styles with a component by using the web standard shadow DOM API. Now if you try to convert this one to the shadow DOM, okay, so this also works in the same, pretty much same only, but it will uses the browser's native API method, that is a shadow DOM. So each one will be having its own scope of say styles. So here it will be having a shadow root DOM will be created and its style will be having. This mode strictly guarantees that only that component styles apply to elements in the here you need to understand that global styles cannot affect elements in a shadow tree, and styles inside the shadow tree cannot affect elements outside of the shadow tree. So this one, enabling the shadow DOM encapsulation, however, impacts so this is one thing you need to impacts more than styling. So rendering the component in a shadow tree affects the event propagation also. So when you are trying to use this shadow DOM and all those things, so please remember, understand the full implications, and you will need to use this one. Now the last one which I want to explain you is the view encapsulation.none. So this is one thing. So now if you try to use this view encapsulation.none, now if I try to use this view encapsulation.none, now this mode disables all the styles encapsulation for the component. Any styles associated with the component behaves as the global style. Now if I refresh this page, now we have applied the div class is called Leela only in the component, right? Now you will not have any attributes or anything. Directly the CSS class doesn't have any HTML unique attribute that has been applied to this one. Now if you see here div.leela directly applied, and if I use the same class anywhere in the Angular, so not only in the outside, if I use it anywhere in the components or outside the components, anywhere if I use it, automatically the styles will be applied. So just it will behave as a global styles only. Now if you want to check the global styles and all those things, so you will be having a styles.css. Here whatever the thing you will try to mention it, so these things will be applied automatically. So here color blue, if I try to write it, now this one will be applied automatically. Now this blue is applying it's not applying. Why? Because it's getting replaced with the CSS. This is nothing but color blue violet. Now that global CSS will be affected to all the guys, but when I change it to emulated one here, or otherwise anything shadow DOM or anything, shadow DOM global styles will not work. Now only the blue color got affected. Why? Because that blue was in the global style. And here what I want to tell you is the background color has not been affected to this one. Why? Because it's an emulated unique one will be generated. Now let's try to see the shadow DOM also, whether that global styles will be affected or not. So now if you try to see, the global styles is not affected to this components one, but here for this one it has been affected. Why? Because that style is a global style, but the globally written styles does not affect the component shadow DOM one. So this is also one of the important thing you need to understand. So these are the different ways of styles scoping in the component. One is the emulated one, the other one is the shadow DOM one, and the last one is the none. So these three things I think you understood about this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the styling of these components, right? So we have learned the different styling modes that are available in the Angular, that is emulated, shadow DOM and none. And also we have learned about the difference between these three modes also we have learned it. In emulated, I want to tell you before exiting this one, I want to tell you some important concept in this emulated one. in this emulated, I told you, right? So Shadow DOM doesn't support in all the browsers, so it has limited access to the browsers. So in order to make this emulated thing, the scoped styling concept work, so Angular has introduced this emulated one. Emulated one means for every HTML element, it will assign a unique HTML attribute to each element. Using that attribute, the styles will be generated in the JavaScript output. So in this one, for example, let's say that if you want to target the, if you want to for example, let's say that we are having this profile.component.ts. So this is our component. Now I will take only the element selector only. I will remove this one. Now if you go to our app.component.html, now here we are using, let's remove this one all. Yeah, this is our main app-profile, and if you see the output, so this is our output which we are able to see. Now let's see the inspect element. If you are trying to see the inspect element, this is the div, and for this div you are able to see the styles has been applied. But what I want to do is I want to apply the styles for this component, for this custom element, or otherwise component element I want to apply to this component instance. So how we can apply this one? So for this one, normally you can say that I want to apply, so it is present in the app component.html, right? So you can say that app component.css, I will try to apply app-profile. Okay, so here you can say app-profile, and let's say background color of red or anything. So just I am applying this one just to check whether it can able to apply or not. Now if you try to see here, background color has been applied. Now one problem is there in this one. So what is the problem is, for example, let's say that this time we are using in app component HTML and we have applied to this one. So for example, let's say that we are using in any other components, like any other components like user.component.ts. If you have another new component, so if you are trying to use it there, means then again this CSS and all those things we need to apply it. So this should not happen it like this. So for that reason, so what we can do is, instead of having this one, so we can apply directly in our profile.component.css only. So this is our component. So this component only we are trying to we are trying to, what I can say is CSS, apply the styles. So for this reason, what you can do is you can apply a host. So this is a pseudo selector. Automatically the element will be applied. Now for example, let's say that for these two I have applied like this. So there is no need for div.leela. So only the directly the host element, the color will be applied. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see the color violet has been applied, but the background color didn't apply to this one. Here if you try to see for this app profile, the background color is there and the color is there, but the background color is not getting applied. Why? Because by default this is a custom HTML element, right? By default the display element for this one will be inline. Now we need to convert it into display block or anything, whichever you want it, you can do it. So I am converting it to display block. Now if you try to see here, automatically is applied, but this time we are able to apply it through the host element. So here we are able to apply it through the host element. Now wherever you are trying to use this variable, or otherwise not, what I want to say is, wherever I am trying to use this component, directly these CSS and all those things will be applied. There is no need for us to duplicate this one. So this is the use of this host. Okay, the Angular supports this host pseudo class. And another one which I want to explain you before closing of this one is host context. So this is also one of the important thing which I want to explain you. Host context means, what I want to tell you is, for example, let's say, let's go back to this app component.html only, and here let's say that I am having another div. Okay, app-profile. I want to have this one. So this is our app-profile. Now I want to apply for this one, class is equal to what I can say is hi Leela or anything. So this component. So I want to apply CSS. I want to apply CSS to only the component which is having a parent of hi Leela. So then how I can convert this one? So here we need to use host context. Okay, then which is having dot hi Leela. So which is having an ancestor or the parent of this hi Leela. For those components only it should be applied. Now if you try to see here, only for the second one, for the app profile, it has been applied. Why? Because it is having the hi Leela inside this one which is trying to check it. Now for the top one, the colors and all those things has not been applied. Why? Because it doesn't have any class. So like this, using the host context also, if you want to have a conditions in a such a way that only the components which you are trying to use it, the parent which has a particular class, if you want to apply it, means, so we can use the host context. Now you are able to understand about this host context and all those things, right? So this is one thing which I want to explain you. And these are the three things, these are the two things which you want to understand. So another thing is also there, which is an ngdeep. For example, let's say that these are all the profiles and all those things are there. For example, let's say that we are having in our profile.component.html, profile.component, this one is gone. Yeah, here I am having another one, div class is equal to, okay, child element. I want to apply this one, so it's a child element. Now for this one I need to apply the CSS. Now here, from where I need to apply the CSS? Through the app component.css. So from here I want to apply for the child element the color of yellow. So now if I try to apply this one, here I am unable to apply. Why? Because why I am not able to apply is, we know that this is an emulated one, so that is the reason I am not able to apply this one. So now I am present in another component, so I need to apply this child element, and the emulated one should not be applied. So for this reason what we can do is, we can use the ngdeep. Okay, ngdeep. Okay, we can apply like this ngdeep. Now if you try to see the output, see here, now for this one child element, so this one has been removed. So Angular's emulated encapsulation supports the custom pseudo class ngdeep. Applying this pseudo class to a CSS role disables the encapsulation for that role, effectively turning it on into a global style. This Angular team strongly discourages new use of this one. So now what is the problem for this ngdeep also? For example, let's say that we are on the index.html, and here we are having a div class is equal to, so child element, right? Child element. This is the root child. So I am using it outside the app root. Now if you see the output for this one, so if I refresh this page, so we need to rerun this server again. So let's rerun this server. So let's rerun this server again. So I have rerun this server. Now if you try to see here, the element which we have used outside the app root also, the same class it has been applied. So for this one what we can do is, so one thing, so I want only the child elements that needs to be applied which are present in the app root. Then what we can do it is, so here in our app component.css, here I can use host. I can use the combination of host. Now if you try to see the output for this one, see this one has not been applied. Why? Because this is outside the host. Now if you try to see for this yellow element, now here which is present inside the host, then only it will be applied. So like this we can refine it, we can use the combinations of this one, host, ngdeep and all those things. But Angular's team strongly discourages the use of ngdeep. Why? Because it is going to be deprecated. It is a deprecated one. As a backward compatibility, it is available. The API still remain exclusively for backward compatibility only. So that's one thing I want to explain you. And we have learned about the child element and all those things also. Now here, for example, let's say that I will comment out this one all. Now let's go to the profile.component.css or profile.component.html. So here also we can implement the style. So for example, if you want to have a style, you can also write the style like this. And for this child element, I can write the code here, dot child element, and I can apply the color of red. So we can able to see the color of red. Now this one also will be applied without any problem. Why? Because here we are able to see. Now whatever the styles you are trying to use directly in the HTML, the styles will be encapsulated. A unique ID HTML element, right? That will be applied to the styles also. And you can also use like an external links like link. These things also will be applied. These things also you can use it, but that encapsulation will not be affected for those links, but encapsulation will be affected for these links. So you will be having an exclusive like this unique ID will be applied to this one. So these are also overall the styling of this Angular thing. So hope you understood about this concept. Referencing of this external style files also I have explained you. You can use it like link, but the encapsulation will not be affected. But whereas using the style tag here like this means the encapsulation will be affected. So Angular does not support bindings inside of style elements. So that is one thing. So here if you want to use the binding something like this, if you want to use it, means Angular does not support it. So that is one thing also you need to understand. So that's it guys about this one all. So hope you understood about the concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the accepting the data with the input properties in Angular. So if you are following my Angular series and all those things, so you will be very much familiar with the input property. Normally in the React.js and Vue.js, we are using the props to accept the data from the component. So in the same scenario in Angular also, we have the input properties. So if you are familiar with other web frameworks, input properties are nothing but they are similar to the props. So when creating a component, you can mark specific class properties as a bindable by adding the @input decorator in the property. For example, let's say that I will be showing a simple example. So I am having a simple component, like let's create a folder. Let's create a folder, and I will remove this one all. Yeah, counter. I am using a counter, and for this counter I am having a new one. So counter dot component dot ts, and for the same thing you will be having counter. Let's try to rename and take this one all, and here I will create a new file, counter.component.css, and another one which I will be having is the counter.component.html. So this is our counter component which we are having, and in the ts file, so we will be writing export default class counter component. So this is our component, and in order to have a component, what we need to do, we need to use the @component decorator, and here you will be having the selector and all those things. You need to mention it. So here I will be taking the selector app-counter template URL and style URLs, and for this one, so as these are all standalone, so you need to make it as a standalone true. That is one thing. If you don't want to make a standalone, means you need to create the project without a standalone, and you need to add the automatically module file will be created, so those will be added. So fine. So now we have created this counter component, and here this counter component, whoever they are using this app counter component, so they will be having one input property. Okay, so they will be taking that one input property. That input property, for example, let's say that we need to mention it with an input decorator like this, @input, and we will be having a count. Okay, so like this we need to mention the count, and we will be mentioning that one as a number, and we will be having a default value like this. Now whoever are using this app-counter, now you will be having an input property for this one. So that means they need to send the count as a prop. So for this one, let's go to the app.component.html file, and here I want to use this component. So here I will be writing div app-counter. So here I am using app-counter. Now it is showing that app counter is not defined. Why? Because so as this one is a standalone component, we need to mention this one in our app.component.ts file also. So here I will be defining this one in counter. Okay, so counter component. So now if you go into this one in our app.html, now we are able to see the output, but app-counter I didn't written any code. So let's go to the counter.html, and here I will be having h1 counter component. Okay, so counter component, and here I will be writing the code div, and here I can use this one. So here we need to show this count. So here I am showing the count data. Okay, so count I am showing it. We'll discuss about this one in our template data also. When we are discussing about the template syntax, I will explain you about this one. So now we are having this one. Let's try to refresh this page. Now we are not able to see the output. So why? Because we are having this one app-counter. Yeah, now I am able to see this counter component and 0. Now this 0 is coming as a default value. Why? Because if nobody mentions the data here, count doesn't mention, means it takes as a 0 value. Now if you mention this count data, so that means, so let's go to the app component.ts, and here I will have a counter value, okay, of number is equal to 20. So I am setting the counter value, and here I can send this value here like this, counter count. So the same name we need to use it, and here I will be writing the counter. That's it. So now if you try to see here, 20 we are able to get it. So this is how we will be accepting the data input properties. So now this lets you bind this one. So Angular refers to the properties marked with the input decorator as inputs. Now when whatever the thing you are marking this class properties as an input, then these are considered as an inputs. When using a component, you must pass the data to it by setting its input. Angular records inputs statically at compile time. Inputs cannot be added or removed at the runtime. So these are statically, these inputs are statically so recorded at the compile time. So when extending a component class inputs are inherited by the child class. So and also you need to understand that inputs, these are all the case sensitive. So these all inputs are the case sensitive. So another one which I want to tell you is the input decorator accepts a configuration object. So this input decorator also accepts one important thing, that is nothing but a configuration object. What is this configuration object? Is the first key, the first value what it is present is the required option. You can also specify the required option to enforce that a given input must always have a value. For example, let's say that I will mention this one as a required true. So when I mention this one as a required true, and here if I am not using this counter value or count value, this one, now let's see what will happen. See, immediately I will get an error that required input count for this app counter. So that means you must mention this count value. Now here what I can do, so that means automatically I need to mention the counter value. So if you try to use a component without specifying all of its required inputs, Angular reports an error at build time. So with build time only you are getting an error. If you try to see here, previously at the build time we are able to get the error. And another one which I want to tell you is that you can also specify a transform function to change the value of an input when it is set by Angular. So that means, so you can also use the transform function. For example, let's say that you are having this counter value, right? So whenever you are sending a counter value, I need to add 10 to it. So I need to multiply by 10. So then what I can do is, so here we are having this our app component.ts, right? So here we can use another one, that is nothing but transform. So transform, here I can use something like change value or anything, so any method. So this is a method, so which should be outside or anywhere you can use it. And here I will be using this change value, okay, and it will take the value of type number, okay, value of type number. And for this one, what I will try to do is I can return value which I am trying to do into 10. That's it. So now, so this one I am trying to use it. So now if you see here the output, so here we are not able to see the output, right? So let's try to make this one as a separate file, and here I will try to use it something like counter.service.ts file, and here in this one I will use this value, and here I will use this export function, and directly I can import this change value. So automatically we can import this change value. Now if you try to see the output, so here we are able to see this count value, but how much we are trying to send it? So counter.service, we are sending value into 10, right? Now we are able to see this 200 value, see? So we can also use something like a transform in order to send the data. For example, let's say that let's say here we need to send a message, okay? So I will be sending a message, welcome message or anything I am sending it. So for this message I want to trim the data. So whatever the input I am getting, I want to trim the data. So here I can write something like input, okay, and here transform trim value, and we know that message, right? So what is the message? Message of type string is equal to empty, okay? So now this trim value I need to use it, so I can use it something like trim value function, and here this should be a value of type string, okay, and here I will return trim value dot trim, okay. So dot trim we can use like this. So hopefully this one should work. Why it is not working? Trim value implicitly have return type any, return trim value dot trim. It's not trim or what? Trim value. Oh, sorry. We need to use the value. Oh, sorry. We need to use the value. Hopefully this one should work. Components imports must be standalone components. Okay. So we should not use it inside this one. So we should use here outside, and I can use the export function. Okay, and this trim value we can automatically use it here. So now whenever the input value changes, so in this one, so whenever the input value changes, now I can use directly in our counter.component.html file, where it is HTML file. I can use this div. Here I can use the message. Okay. So now what I am trying to explain you this one is, so whenever this input in the example above, so we have seen it, right? So whenever Angular runs this string, trim string, whenever the message sets to the result. So the most common use case for input transforms to accept a wide range of value types in the templates. So that is one thing which I want to explain you. Hope you understood about this input thing. So still there are some more things like type checking and built-in transformations and input alias also. We'll try to discuss it in the next video. So hope you understood about this concept. I will commit this one in our new branch, that is 6-video. Okay. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. So, and I am committing this one also, input properties. Sorry. Before closing, I will commit this one all. So if you have any doubts, I will be providing this GitHub repository in the description below. So you can have and take a look at that one. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the input property in Angular 17. So we are learning about the new concepts or the new features that has been introduced in the Angular 17. We are learning it. Now it's time for us to learn some more details about this input property. So what we have learned, we have in our counter, this is our example which we are trying to see it, right? Counter.component.ts file. So in this counter.component.ts file, I have shown you that if you want your property as a required, we need to mention is the required true. And also we are having transform to the change value. So transform to the change value means, so we will be using the transform property and it will be having the transform method. Okay, so it will call every time whenever the input property is changing. So this change value method will be fine. So this is one thing. So now I want to explain you before continuing into this one about the type checking also. When you specify an input transform, the type of the transform functions parameter. So this change value is there, right? So the type of this one, so the whatever the return value it is trying to send, this change value. So whatever the return value is trying to change, so that value determines the type of the values that can be set to the input in a template. So for example, let's say that whatever the type of value you are trying to send it, so that will define it. So for example, let's say that you are having the value. So here we are sending the value as number, right? So that means here let's say that I am having a value which I will be, so here we are using value into 10 means that is the reason it is 200. Now for example, let's say that in our counter.component.html file, I will be doing something like +4. So then it will be 204. Right? So it is a 204. So it's correct. It's fine. Now what I want to explain you is, so this counter, so whatever the value you are trying to send it in our app component.html, so we are trying to send it as an counter. This one is an number, right? So this depends on the what I want to tell you is in the counter service. So this parameter, so this should be this parameter. For example, let's say that I am sending the value which could be something like here I will send dollar of value which is of type number. Okay, and I will use the px here. So now it has converted into a string. Now it is a string 20px4. Now here the number we are trying to send the number here, and here also we can make it as a string. Okay, so we can make it as a count as a string, or and here I need to make it as an empty. That's it. Now if you try to see here, so this has been, so still you are trying to send the value as counter as a number. Okay, then also it is converted into a string. Why? Because that value depends on this one. So for example, let's say that I will be trying to send in such a way count of like this, I will try to send it. Now here type string is not assignable to the type number, but here it is not a number. So here if you try to see, this one is a string only, but I am trying to send that one as a string only, but it is showing error. Why? Because the property, the type value which you are trying to send for this one depends on the parameter of this one. So whatever the parameter type is there, it depends on that one. So here what you need to send, here we need to send the number, that could be counter. Okay, so this is what I want to explain you. So type checking. So here so that is one thing. And another one which I want to explain you is about the built-in transformations. Angular includes two built-in transformation functions for the two most common scenarios. So one is boolean and the other is number. So these are the two most common scenarios. For example, let's say that I want to send another parameter show counter, okay, is equal to false. So by default when you are trying to send show counter is equal to false, so this one is a string value. Now here this show counter, what I will do is in our counter.component.html, sorry, ts file, I will use @input, okay, and here I will use show counter of type boolean or string. I will try to make it as a string is equal to false. Let's try to take it as a false. Now this is the show counter, so which we are expecting that it should be a boolean, but I am trying to make it as a boolean or string. Why? Because so in order to accept that one value, so here what I can do is in our counter.html, here I will write in such a way that div show counter message property if show counter is true. So this one we need to show whenever it is true. So here I will write the condition. So these are all the things we'll try to discuss. So they about the new syntax and also about the if. For the timing I am writing ng if. Here if it is show counter is there, then only we need to show. Now if you see the output for this one ng show counter, okay, we are trying to send this value show counter is equal to false. So we are sending this one, and here we are getting this one as if I will try to do it as a string or anything is equal to empty. So now if you try to see this message input of show counter, so what could be the issue here? Let's see, Angular, and here we will be having the counter show counter is equal to false. We are able to see it as in show counter is equal to false. Now I will send it as something like as a string. So let's see, maybe it could work or not. We will try to see. I am sending it as a string. Okay, now let's see whether it will work or not. So still we are able to get this one as a false only. So but here what I want to explain you is, so here we can mention this one as transform, okay, of let's try to keep it as a boolean, okay, as a false, and which we are trying to take this transform property, right? Let's try to see whether we will be able to get this one or not. So here we are getting, so here we can mention that transform boolean attribute, okay. So here I will be mentioning it as a boolean attribute. Now if you try to see, component inputs must be boolean attribute, must be standalone ng modules. What is this? It is showing error. App component.ts boolean attribute, we have used it, standalone true, app counter is there. Very I don't know how come these errors will come. So here I am using counter component standalone true. It's a standalone true only. Component must be, components imports must be standard directories by sir. So I am using boolean attribute. It's an Angular core importing. Remove standard directories by sir. Again compiler counter component. What is that I have written wrong here? Boolean attribute is the mainly thing I have written it, and maybe we need to import the common module or what. So let's try to import imports common, I don't know. So well, let's try to check here. So maybe the issue will go away. No, it's an issue is in this app component.ts file only, app.component.ts file. What could be the issue here in this one? See, sometimes it will behave it like that only. Okay, let's try to remove this common module, whether it will come or not. Oh, correct. Common module it should be there. Why? Because I have used this ngif, right? Ngif I have used in this counter component that here I have used ngif, right? So then that means it's a standalone thing. So we need to import this common module. We'll discuss about these all things afterwards. So now we are able to see wherever you know that we are sending it as a boolean attribute or anything. So then it depends on this one. For example, let's say that we are sending this one as a false, right? Show counter as false. Now if I don't mention, because of this reason we are not able to, if I don't mention this one as like this, so now still it is false. We are trying to send in our app component.html, it is as a false, but still what we are able to get, we are able to show it. Why? Because that false is coming as a string. If you try to see in our Angular thing, it is coming as a string. So now instead of that one, if you mention this one as boolean attribute, automatically if you are trying to send the string means string value also, it will be converted into a boolean value. So there will be no problem. So like this, the number also will be there. So if it is not a number means nan will be converted. So that is nothing but number attribute. Okay, so number attribute. So these are the two only built-in attributes that are available in the input properties. So these are the two things which we have learned it. First one, what we have learned it. So the type checking. So whatever the transform function is there, the parameter type or whatever it is there, the type should be the same thing when you are trying to send the data in the component. And also we have learned about the two built-in transformations, that is nothing but boolean attribute and the other one is a number attribute. Hope you understood about this concept. So I will commit this code, enter code in our new branch, that is nothing but 7-video. Okay, so if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. And I will commit input property transforms. That's it guys about this one. So in the next video we will learn about the concept how we can implement the same input and these things in a getter and setter functions. And also you will try to see about the inherited property also, how we can specify the imports in the component decorator, why we will be using the different scenario also you will try to see it. So to next we'll meet in the next video. Thank you guys. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video we have learned about the input transform properties and all those things, right? So now in this video what I want to explain you is about the input aliases. Input alias means, for example, let's say that we are having this count property, right? For example, I don't want to use this count I want to change this value, or otherwise I want to count property is there, but here I will try to change this input value, like let's say that dummy name or anything, dummy name counter or anything, but here it has, the name has been changed, right? But I don't, but this reference, that reference has been used in so many places, this count place. So here instead of that one we can mention the alias. So this one I will be mentioning it like this. Now automatically, so whatever the component you are trying to mention, this dummy name counter, it will be used as a count thing. Now you can use the same variable count, but in the component thing you need to mention it as a dummy name counter. So this is one thing. So you can specify the alias option to change the name of an input in templates. In the templates, if you want to change the name, then you can use the alias option so that you can use it automatically. So this alias does not affect the usage of the property in the TypeScript code. While you should generally avoid aliasing inputs for components, this feature can be useful for renaming properties while preserving an alias for the original name or for avoiding collisions with the name of native DOM element properties. The input decorator also accepts the alias as its first parameter in place of the config object. So instead of using this config object, it also accepts the alias as its first parameter in the place of config object. So fine. So now another one which I want to tell you is the inputs with the getter and setters thing. So this is one of the important concept which I want to explain you. So let's try to see about this getters and setters. So why we use these getters and setters? So that is also one of the important thing. In Angular 17, using getters and setters for a component's input property is a common practice to manage the data flow. The getters allows you to retrieve the current value of the property, while the setter lets you execute the additional logic whenever the property value changes. So I will try to explain you this one with a simple example, this concept. So here I will be generating a new component. So don't mistake. So here I am using the Angular CLI ngGC getter input. I will be using the getter input. Automatically this what I want to tell you is the component will be created. So here GC means generate component. So if you are familiar with the Angular CLI, you can watch my course. I have already did this Angular CLI course in my channel, so you can check that one. So G for generate and C for component. It will generate the component. So let us create it. It will take some time to create. Let it create. Now here the component has been created. Let's go into this one. So here I am having this getter input, and let's go to the TS file. So this is our component. This is the app getter component. So what I want to tell you is, so here I want to take an input property. Okay, so that should be an title. Okay, for this getter input property we will be having a title. So let's try to add the get title. So I am adding this get title, and here we will be return this dot underscore title. Okay, so but we need to mention this one as a private property. Okay, let's import this private underscore title. Okay, so I am mentioning it like this: private underscore title of type string is equal to empty. We will try to make it as an empty. Okay, so now here input, let's import this input from the Angular core. Now I want to set the title also. Set title. So here in the setting the title, what I want to do is, so here title or otherwise value of type string, we are getting of type string, right? So here I can do return, or sorry, this dot underscore title is equal to value dot trim. I can use the trim and I can do it to uppercase. Okay, so this is the input property. So we can also use the getter and setter properties like this. Now if I want to use this one, getter.input.component.ts is there, right? So we can directly go to getter.input.component.html file. So here I will be using this getter input, and here we can use something like h3 getter input component, and I want to show the title, right? So here I can write the div, and here I can use title. Okay, so this is a React.js notation, so we'll use the title here. So fine, I want to use this one in our app component.ts. So here we need to import this one. That is nothing but getter input component. So we have imported this one. So what I need to do, let's go to the app component.html, and I want to use the getter. So here I can write div. Okay, and this one will be something like app-getter-input, and I am getting the title. So here this time we don't have the Angular basics is the title, right? So we will be having this title here. So title Angular basics is there. Now it has entirely converted into uppercase letter. Why? Because so we are using in this one, so getter property. So get title we are using, so it will get the title, and set title we are using this dot underscore title. So like this we can use it. Okay, so here what I want to do is, here we have declared a private property is declared to store the value. This is a common pattern to prevent direct external access to the internal state. So next one I am using the get title. This method returns the current value of the underscore title. When you need to access the title in your template or elsewhere in the component, you will use this getter. And the second one you are using is the setter, set title value you are using, right? This setter is decorated with the input, which makes the title property bindable from a parent component. When the value of title is set either from a parent component or within the component itself, the setter logic is executed. Here the title is converted into uppercase. So in this example we are doing, it is converted into an uppercase. But you can also add whatever logic you want, you need it. And in the template usage we are using flower brackets, that one title, right, to utilize the getter to display the transform title. So that is one thing. And in the parent component, from the parent component we will be calling it a title hello Angular basics, we are using it, right? So we are calling it like that. So this is one thing. And usage pros and cons of these getters and setters is, one is encapsulation, additional logic on the setter function we are using, computed property. Getter can be used to create computer properties that derive their values from other data. This is useful when you want to display a modified version of the input data without altering the original source. So you don't want to alter the original source, then without altering it, if you want to use it, means then you can use this getter data. And the another one which I want to tell you is, what we are trying to discuss, improved readability change detection. In Angular, using setters for input properties can be an effective way to react to changes in the input data without the need for additional change detection mechanism. We'll try to learn about this change detection strategy also. And the cons of this one is performance overhead. Getters and setters can be used, can introduce a slight performance overhead, especially if the logic inside them is a complex or if they are called frequently. And complexity, potential for misuse, testing challenges, indirect data flow. So like this you will be having. So the decision and the conclusion is yours to use the getters and setters. It should be based on the specific requirement of your application. So they are particularly useful when you need additional control over how a property is accessed and modified. So that is one thing which I can explain you. So that's it guys about this getter and the setter property. So before closing this one, I want to explain you another one is, one thing is the specifying the inputs in the component decorator. Okay. So there is also one scenario which you can specify the component in the component decorator. For example, let's say that we are having this counter.component.ts file. So we are having an input thing. So I want to, I will extend. So where we will be extensively using is, I will be extending the getter input component. Okay. And in this one, you are having an input property, right? I want to mention that input property. So how can I mention this one? So for example, let's say that in our app component.html. So this is our app component and here we need to send the title. Okay. Title is equal to title. I will be sending the title. Now I want to use this title, right? I want to use this title. So where can I use this title? In our counter.component.html, right? Counter.component.html. In this one, I am using like this, right? ngIf counter showing it message. So here I can use this title directly. Why? Because we have inherited the input property and also I am setting the input property also. So now if you try to refresh this page, so we are able to see the same Angular basics here, but we are whatever the code we have written in our getter input.component.html ts file, the same logic we are able to execute this in our counter component also. But this time what we are trying to use it, we have used this extending thing. So now the another developer who are trying to check, they may get confused that where is that input property. So you can mention it here in our what I can say is in our component decorator. So what are the input properties we are trying to send it? So here I can write the title. Okay, so this is also one thing which we are trying to send it. So you can mention it here also, not a problem, or otherwise if you don't mention it also okay. So like this you can mention the input property. In addition to the input decorator, you can also specify a component's inputs with the input property in the component decorator. This can be useful when a component inherits a property from a base class. So when it is inheriting the property from base class, this will be useful. You can also additionally specify an input alias in the inputs by putting the alias after a call in the string. So if you think that this is getting something like overridden or anything means, so here you can write counter title. So this is an alias name. Okay. So you can also mention it like this. Now if you try to see here, counter title, it is there, right? So like this you can mention it. And here let's try to see how it will look like. I don't know. I never use like these things. Let's try to see before closing of this one, or otherwise if you want you can also check it. Counter.component.html. So how I need to use, whether I need to use this counter title here. So counter title we are getting it as an empty, does not exist. And here title we are able to use this title, right? But in our app component.html, I think we can send it as a counter title, I think. Yes. So same thing it will work. So if you have a counter title, the same thing it will work. So this is guys about this one. So which I want to explain you. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, I will create a new branch. So why I am doing this all the things is so that you can have a reference. So whenever you want to refer this code means, so I will be providing this GitHub repository URL in the description below. So you can take a look at that one. So input getters and setters. So this one also you can do it. So whoever may be having doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Events with an output. For example, let's say that now in the previous video we have learned how we can send the data from parent to child. So that is achievable using the input property. Now here let's say that this is our parent component and here this app counter is a child component. Why? Because we are using inside the app component. Now we are sending the counter variable or the counter value which is present in the parent component to the child component, and this one we can receive it through the input property. In the same scenario, if you want to send the data from child to parent, and if you want to capture the data in the parent, we will do it through the custom events. So that could be achieved through the output property. So let's try to check this one. So here the Angular components. So now I will create a new example, something like ng gc. What I will do is panel. So I will create a panel component. Let's try to create it. So these are all just simple examples. So let it create. So here we have created a panel component. Now what we will try to do is, so let's go to our panel component, okay, and panel component.ts file. So here let's say that in our this one panel component.html, okay, where is this not profile, panel, we should go to panel. Where is it? Yeah, I have opened this, all the panels and all the things. Let's close all. So let's go to this panel component.ts and panels component.html file, and here I will create one div, okay, and here I will create a button, send data to parent. So now upon clicking on this button, so we need to send the data. So here we need to write an event of click event. So don't bother about this one. I will try to explain about this click events and all those things also. So click is equal to send data. Okay. So this is our event which we need to, this is a method which we will call. So now whenever we are using this button or whenever we are clicking on this button, so this send data method will be called. Now here let's try to create this send method. So send data, and here we need to send the data, something like data from child. So this is the data which we need to send to the parent. Now how can I send it? So here we need to understand. So now for sending this one, what we'll use it, app component.html. Let's go to this app component.html, and here I need to use this app-panel. Okay, app-panel. So this is the component which I am trying to use it, child component, and when we are trying to use it, app component.ts, let's go here, sorry, app component.ts, let's use it here, and in this one what I will try to do, what is that one? So panel component, right? Panel component. So I am using this panel component. Done. Now let's try to see this panel component.ts is finished. Now here whenever we receive the data, I need to show that. So here received data, in our app component I will create a variable, received data is equal to empty from child, received data from child. So this is the variable which I am using it, and let's go to the panel app component.html. So whenever we have a data, something like received data from child, then we need to show it, and here you can use ngif, okay, ngif received data from child. When this one is there, then we need to show it. So now when I click on this one data, so here the event will be fired. So if you try to see here in our panel component, let's try to alert it. Okay, I am alerting it. Now if I try to refresh this page, so now we are able to get the alert. So that means this method is getting fired. Now somehow we need to send the data to the parent element, so that the parent element we need to add the data inside this variable name. So how we can, the parent component came to know that this we have clicked on this button, so which is present in the child component. So how we can do this? So Angular components can define a custom events. So we need to raise an event to the parent by assigning a new property to a new event emitter and adding the output decorator. So for this one what we can do it is, so here, so we need to use an output, okay, output decorator we need to use it, and here for this output decorator, so we can create something like data event. I will write something like data event. We are raising an event, right? So this should be an event emitter. So these are all custom events. So new event emitter, and what is the type of data you are trying to send it? So I am trying to send the string type of data. Okay. Now here I will keep the bracket. So that's it. Now this data event. So now what we need to do it? So here we need to send this data. We need to emit this data. So whatever the thing we are trying to emit it. So whenever this method is fired, data event. Now here let's go to this app component, and here, so this is our app panel, right? So this one, the same method we need to use, and here data received. So this is the method which will get executed, and here this data received. So now whenever this method is fired, so this data received will be activated, this method will be executed. So here you need to write the data received. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go to the app component.ts. So now this is the data event. When we click on this button, we need to emit the data. So how we can emit the data? This dot data event dot emit of. So here I will be sending the value. Okay, so that's it. So now we are emitting the value. So here we need to emit method. So this is the emit method that is present exclusively in the event emitter, and this all should be imported from the Angular core. So Angular refers to the properties marked with the output decorator as outputs. You can use outputs to pass data to other components similar to the native browser events like a click event and all those things. These are same thing like a click events and all those things, but these are our custom events. So and also another thing which you need to importantly remember is Angular custom events do not bubble up the DOM. So that is one thing, and output names are case sensitive. So that is one thing which we need to understand. So now we have emitted the data, not only the primitive values, we can also emit the objects and arrays and all those things also, you can emit it, not a problem. And we need to capture this data. So how we can capture this data is, so here data received, we will receive in a special variable that is nothing but $event. So this is a reserved word, and in this data event, let's go to the app component, and here we will receive the data which is of type string. So we know that the data which we are trying to get received is a string. Now here I can write this dot received data from child is equal to data. So that's it. So now when I click on this one, automatically event will be generated, and here you will be able to see data from child. So this one is we are showing the data from the parent component. If you try to see here, so here from the remove child, from we are able to show this one. So this is how we can raise the event. We can raise the event from child to parent, or otherwise we can pass the data from child to parent components by using this output decorator. So that is one thing. And we can also use the alias name. So just similar like this, we can also use the alias names also. So for example, let's say that here we are having data event, right? Or otherwise you can also write in such a way that output child event. Okay, child event, you can write it. Now you need to refer this one using this child event, and here you need to call, instead of data event, you need to call the child event. That's it. So now if you click here also, there also it will work. So this is an alias. So just like the input decorator how you are using, you can also use the child event also. So similarly, what I can say is we can also whenever you are trying to use it, you can also specify these are the output decorators. So whatever the output decorators you are trying to use it, so in the outputs, so here you can write the outputs and what are the outputs you are trying to use it. So here we are trying to use the child event, right? So child event, you can use it, child event, or otherwise you can also use something like data event, which will be a alias for the child event. Okay, you can also use it like this. So in this way also you can use it. Oh sorry, okay, so in this way also you can use it, it's not a problem. So then also it will work. So like this we can use it. So you can specify here, okay, the outputs which we have seen it, like just like the inputs how you are specifying, just like that also you can use it. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So value changed, now this is one thing which I want to tell you. Hope you understood about this concept and all those things. So if you have any doubts, I will try to commit this code first in a new branch, that is 9-video. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so they can refer to this code. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, so these are all custom events, right? Custom event with output decorator. Okay, so if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the content product projection using the ng content. So what is this content projection? You often need to create a components that act as a containers for different types of content. For example, you may want to create a custom code component. So in that scenario, you may need this type of scenario. So I will try to tell you about this, how we can do it. Let's try to create a new component. So card component, I am creating this one. It will take some time. So let it create it. This is how it will look is this is just like the slot in the Vue.js and children in the React.js. So we have already discussed in our channel about these slots concept and also about the children concept also. So here in Angular also it is very limited, whereas in the Vue you will be having named slots, those all things will be there, so much of depth will be there in the slots thing. But here it is, but in the React and this one is so somewhat limited. For example, I have created a card, right? Let's go to our card component. So here this is our HTML file, and for example let's go to the app component HTML file, and I will comment out this one all, or otherwise I will remove this one all. Okay, or else I will comment out this one all, and at the top I will write the content in such a way that I want to use the app card. So here in our app component.ts file, app.component.ts file, okay, and here I will include this one is a standalone, right, card component. So I have included this one. So let's try to implement this one. So here if you try to write it app-card, how it will look like? So app-card, okay, you write it. So here you will be able to see card works. Now let's assume that I have a card which consists of a card body, like that we will be having it. So how you can implement this one? So simple ng content. So here I want to having two types of card. So each card will be having different types of data. So here you will be having in the app component. So here you can write something like we can write something like this is the, or otherwise here in our paragraph, this is the first card component, and here in the second one we will try to do it the second way. So now this is our app card, and here also we can go and we can implement this is the second card component. Okay, so this is our second card component. Now when I am trying to use this app card, whatever the content we are trying to use it here in between this app card, so we need to able to use it here. So how we can do this one? So for this one, so in our Angular we have a special type of concept, or otherwise what I can say is when you use a component, so this one component, so that is ng content. So you can use the ng content element as a placeholder to mark where the content should go. So this content where it should go, so you can mark it, and you can remove this one all. So here you can write div class is equal to card, and here I can write the paragraph and ng content, or otherwise you can write directly ng content. Okay, that's it, finish. Now if you try to refresh this page, card works, still we are able to see this card works. Why? So this one we have saved it. Now let's hope this one works. Still we are able to see card component.html. So now hopefully some problem is there, I think. Let's try to rerun it again. So I have recompiled this Angular project. So now we are able to see this is the first card component, and also this is second card component. So let's try to design it so that you will be having a clear understanding about this one. Dot card, and I will apply a border of 1 pixel solid hash AA. Don't mistake. So I will write it something like a simple thing only. I am not concentrating more on the design, and here we can give width of around 200 pixel. Hopefully this looks nice. Yeah, these are the two cards which we are able to see it. Now we are able to understand, right? So the ng content, where this ng content we are using it, the content whichever you are writing here, it will be placed there. So this is one thing. So you can use the ng content element. Now here, so we can see this all the data. Now fine. So now what I want to tell you is this ng content works similarly to the native slot element, but with some Angular specific functionality it will work. So when you use the component with ng content, any children of the component host element are rendered or projected at the location of that ng content. So whatever the content you are trying to give it here, it will be projected on the here in this one. So wherever the ng content is there. So that is one thing which I want to tell you. Angular refers to any children of a component passed this way as that component's component. This is distinct from the components view, which refers to the elements defined in the components template. So the ng content element, so which you are trying to use this, the ng content element is neither a component nor a DOM element. Instead, it is a special placeholder that tells Angular where to render this content. Angular's compiler processes all ng content elements at the build time only. So you can insert, remove or modify ng content at runtime. You cannot add directives, styles or arbitrary attributes, anything to the ng content. You should not conditionally include this ng content with ng if, ng for or ng switch or anything. For conditional rendering of components, we will try to see about these all the things in the next videos. So that is the main thing what you should remember about this ng content. So the next scenario which we will try to learn is the multiple content placeholders. So for example, you are having a multiple content. Now this is the ng content, right? So if you are having multiple things means, so for example, let's say that I want to place the title. So select is equal to, I can write it here the title, and another one which what we can do is we can write it here the body. Now if you want to place this one, so let's go to the app component.html. I will finish it off very quickly, and here you can write the title. This is the first card component, and here you can write something like body. I think body only, right? This is the body. So just I want to write the code. Now here also we can write the title, and here we can write okay body. This is the body of second one or anything. Okay, so now this way we will be writing the code. So now here we are able to see it. Now if you are having another one which is nothing but which doesn't have anything, so here you can write an ng content. Okay, and now the default one which you are mentioning here without any data or anything. So let's write right here, this is the default. Okay, and if you try to write it here, so this default one will come. Now if I place the same thing here also, it will come like this only. So now here you will be able to see. Now if you place it at the top also, it will come at the bottom only. Sorry, this will come at the bottom only. Why? Because so this doesn't have any placeholder, so that's why it will come at the, this is the last one. So now if you place it here, it will come at the top of this default one. So like this, so multiple content placeholders also you can use it. Angular supports projecting the multiple different elements into different ng content placeholders based on the CSS selectors. So now which I want to tell you is that, so here like this you need to mention. So this is all about this ng content thing. So that's all about this ng content which is present. So we will be using the select attribute to know that to place this one. Without the select attribute and all those things means it will capture all the elements that did not match a select attribute. So that's it guys about this ng content thing. So hope you understood about this concept. So what I will try to do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is 10-video. Okay, so this is all ng content. Whoever may be having doubts or anything, so you can I will be providing this GitHub repository URL, so you can go to that GitHub repository. I will be providing the link below to this video. So if you have any doubts or anything, so you can watch, you can clone that repository and you can do it. And if you have doubts or anything, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will learn about the another concept, that is component host element. So what is this component host element? So Angular creates an instance of a component for every HTML element that matches the component selector. For example, let's say that here we are having this component, right? So whenever you try to see here app-card is there. So whenever in any HTML element, so this one is an app-root, these all the things are an HTML elements. So when it matches the component selector, this component selector is nothing but the card.component.ts, which we have seen it. So whenever it matches this component selector, Angular creates an instance of that component. Okay, so for every HTML element it matches, it creates a new instance of that component. And the DOM element that matches a component selector is the component host element. So this is the place, the DOM element which it has matched, right? This one is called as a component's host element. The contents of a component template are rendered inside its host element. So whatever the content is there inside this one, the template, the CSS, the HTML file for that component, everything will be rendered inside this host element. So this is one thing. These are the points which I want to tell you. Now if you see here in our example, this app-card, so whatever the things is there, it is this app-card is an host element, and whatever the content is there, everything is hosted inside this host element. So this is the one thing which you can understand. So now we know that this component has it, right? So this one, how we can control this component host element? So binding to the host element. So now if I want to bind any class or any events to this one, so how we can bind it? A component can bind the properties, attributes and events to its host element. So now we're using the component, so we can bind the properties, attributes and also the events to its host element. This behaves identically to bindings an element inside a component's template, but instead defining with the host property, defined with the host property in the component decorator. So here we need to define a host property inside the component decorator. I will try to explain you those all things. So now you may be having a doubt that previous to the Angular 17 we have another way of implementation of this one. That is nothing but host binding and also the host listener. So these are the two things which you need to understand. So you can alternately bind to the host element by applying the host binding and host listener decorative to the class members. So you can also implement the host binding and also the host listener decorator to class members. Host binding lets you bind the host properties and attributes to the properties and the method. So this one why we will be using is, and the host listener lets you bind event listeners to the host element. The decorator accepts an event name and an optional array of arguments. I will try to explain you those all things. Always prefer using the host property over host binding and the host listener. These decorators exist exclusively for the backward compatibility. So I will try to explain you about these two things. What is that one? Host property and also the host binding and the host listener. For that simple demonstration, what we need to do is we need to create a component. So that is nothing but I will be creating the hover click component. So let it create. So it will take some time for creation. Let it create. So here the component has been created. Let's go to the what I want to say is, so hover click component.ts file. So this is our standalone component. Okay, I will be going to the app component.ts file, and here I will add it in our imports, hover click component. Okay, so I have added this one also in our app component.html file. Let's go to the app component.html file, and I will comment out this all code. So for the safety, not safety, so just in order to have a clear implementation. So div I will be using, and here app-hover-click. Okay, so this is our component. If you try to see the output for this one, here we are able to see app-hover-click. Now what I want to do, I want to implement a host binding and also the host listener to this one. So just I want to explain you about this one. So for this one, what we need to do is we need to go back to our hover click component.ts file. Okay, so now I want to create a host binding variable, that is nothing but host binding. I want to bind the host. So what I want to bind? Class. So what is the class I want to apply? Hovered. And here you will be having a variable is hovered, and for the time being, so for the first time it will be false. So that means it will not be applied. Okay. So now if you try to see here, I will go and inspect the element for this one. So if you see here, this is our root component. Okay. Not this is our host component. So this is our host element app-hover-click. And when I try to make this one as a true, okay, automatically what will happen here? So let's try to see in this one. So I will refresh this page. Okay, so app-hover-click class.hovered. Okay, we have used it. So we'll try to see these all things. So I have restarted this server. So now when I try to make here class.hovered is hovered is equal to true, a class has been applied to the host element. Now if I try to make this one as a false, now the class, the hovered will not be applied. So for this app-hover class will not be applied. So now if I try to make this one as a true, now it will be applied. So if you try to see here, class hovered will be applied. So that means host binding. So this property, so or this decorator is used to append or to add any bindings or any attributes to the component host element. Okay, so now you may be perfect about this host binding. So now I will be making this one as a false. Okay, so now this is the main use of this host what I want to say is host binding. Now another one is a host listener. Okay, host listener. So this one is the host listener. So when I use this host listener, this should be imported from the Angular core. So host listener, so for which event I need to listen, click event. Okay, and I will be writing the method on click. Okay, and here I will write console.log element clicked. So this is one is the, so now what I have did is, so now what here I have did is, so here what I have applied is, if you try to observe carefully, so I have applied to the host element a click event listener, and when we click on that one, so this method will be executed. Now if you try to see here in our console, and if I click on this one here, directly element click has been fired. So that means, so for the host element, so here what I am trying to say is, to the host element, so whenever you want to apply any attributes to this host element, if whenever you want to apply any attributes to this host element, or if you want to add an event listeners for this one, so we can use this host binding and also this host listener. So it can be mouse event or mouse enter, mouse leave, anything you can use it, and this host binding also you can use it without any problem, you can use it. So this is the main thing about this host binding and the host listener. In Angular 17 we have another way of implementation. So this one for the backward compatibility, so this will be working. In Angular 17 you can use it, or in Angular 16 also you can use it. But here in our Angular 17 we have a special type or another type of implementation. So it is recommended to use that type of implementation. That is nothing but, so we will be using the host, okay, host property in the component decorator. I will try to explain that one in our next video. Now hope you understood about this host binding and host listener. I will try to show you with a simple example in our next video, so that you can have a clear picture about this host binding and a host listener. So I will commit this code in our new branch, that is nothing but 11-video. Okay. Oh, it has become 1-video. Should be 11-video. Okay. Why only one? Yeah. 11-video. So I will be committing this entire code. So there is nothing but host binding and host listener. So I will commit this entire code. So whoever want to refer this code and all everything, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can take a look at that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the host listeners and also the host binding. So I will try to show you with a simple example, so how we can implement this host listeners and also host binding. So we have already seen the basic thing. For example, let's say that this class forward is there, right? So we will try to change it dynamically through the host listeners. So mouse enter and the mouse we will try to implement it. Now for this one to implement, what we need to do is, so first we will do some basic styling for that one. So here I will be writing hover click.component.css. So here in this one, for the host element, so here I will be writing for the host element, and I will give display of block, okay, and I will give padding of 10 pixel, and text element I will make it as a center. So maybe hopefully this has to be implemented. So now it has become center, okay. And now when I want to implement this hover thing, okay, I want to change the background color to light blue or anything, so whichever it may be. So now if I try to apply this one as true, okay, so that means the class should be applied. Now we should be able to see the hover. Oh, sorry, or otherwise we can write something like host which is having of hover, okay. So for the host element which is having hover, let's try to see whether it can. So now we are able to see this blue color, right? Now what we need to do, so when we mouse is entered, so then the hover class should be applied, or when we move it outside, that then the hover class should be removed. So this is the scenario which we need to implement. So right now for the basic thing, at the starting this is false. So here we can write another scenarios like host listener. So host listener which is on mouse enter, okay. So I will be writing the mouse enter. So now we need to implement the host listener. So that is nothing but on mouse enter. So here I will be writing this mouse enter, okay, on mouse enter. We will be writing like this, on mouse enter. Now on mouse enter, what we will try to do, so we will make that this dot is hover to true. Okay, now if you try to see this one, so now by default this one is why it is yeah. Now when we hover, so this has been changed to blue color, but when we leave it, when the mouse is so leaving, then this hover you need to make it as a false. So then that means at the rest host listener, and now we will be writing mouse leave. Okay, and here I can write on mouse leave. So on mouse leave, then I can make this dot is hovered is equal to false. That's it. Now let's try to see here. See, when I am mouse hovering and when I am removing the mouse hover, so automatically, so that class is being applied and the class has been removed. So this is how normally we will be applying in the what I want to say is so here you'll be able to see the class is applying and removing. So this is how normally we will apply using the host binding and the host listeners. So in this component, host binding is used to toggle the hovered class when the mouse enters and leaves the element. Host listeners is used to listen for mouse enter, leave, and also the click events. We have written the three things we have written it. Now what we need to do is, so here what I want to tell is, so instead of using this host binding and also this host listener decorators, you can achieve the similar functionality by using the host property in the component decorator. So the host property in the components metadata is a way to declare host listeners and host bindings directly within the decorator. So let's try to modify this example to use the host property for setting up the mouse event listeners and also the class bindings. So now, so let's open this hoverclick.component.ts file and update it using the host property. Now let's try to update it. For example, let's say that, so here we are having these all the things, right? Now we can implement the same thing using a host property, which I am trying to explain. So this is our host property, and here we need to mention it like this. And here what did we are having? So we are having a class dot hover. So if this one is an dynamic one, so that is the reason I am keeping the square bracket, so that it will take the is hovered class. Okay, so this one will be taken as a variable. Now the another one which I want to implement is the mouse enter. Okay, mouse enter. So in this mouse enter, which method we need to call? On mouse enter. So this is the method we need to call, and we need to call this bracket. And the last one is mouse leave. Okay, so here you can write it like mouse leave, and here also you can use something like on mouse leave. Okay, and the last one which I want to tell is the click event. Okay, this click event also we can use it. Now here I will use the same click event, and here I will use on click. That's it. So now we have implemented the host thing. So now there is no need for us to implement this host binding and all those things. We can remove this literally we can remove these all the things. So there is no need for us. So just these are just properties and also methods. That's it. So now what we have did it, whatever the host bindings, host listeners are there. So here we have attached it at the top in the component decorator only. Host class.hovered is equal to is hovered. We are calling it mouse enter. On mouse enter we will be calling mouse leave, on mouse leave, click and on click. So these are all directly we have used it. Now if you try to implement the same scenario, if I refresh this page, we will be able to achieve the same scenario. See, but instead of this one we have implemented using the host property. So now this is the standard, this is the recommended approach to implement the, so this is the recommended approach we will be implementing. So in this version of this component, we have moved the logic for binding and listening to the events into the host property of the component decorator. So these are all things. The class.hovered key is used to bind the hovered class to the is hovered property. The other keys like mouse enter, mouse leave, and the click are used to listen for mouse events and call the respective methods. So this is how we will be implementing. And also what I have told you, I have already told you, right? These are all is the recommended way. Okay, so these are all is the recommended way. Always prefer using the host property over the host binding and host listener. These decorators exist exclusively for backwards compatibility. The Angular 17 documentation itself has implemented it. So the another one which I want to tell you before closing of this one is the binding collisions. For example, let's say that I am having here role. Okay, so here I will be having presentation. Let's implement. So I am having here role is equal to presentation. Now if you try to see here, role presentation is a static one. Now if you inspect the element here for this one, you will be able to see that role is equal to presentation is there. Let's assume that in our app component.ts for the host itself, I am having a role is equal to group. Okay, now which one will take? So here we are having a binding collision. Which one will take? It is taking it as a group. Okay, now if you are having this one as a dynamic one, for example, let's say that this one is an ID. Okay, other ID is equal to, okay, hi Leela or anything. So this is an ID. Okay, so this one is a dynamic one, and here I will implement like this ID, and for this one other ID. Okay, so this is the ID which we are trying to implement it. Now if you try to see here for this one, so hi Leela ID has been applied to this. So fine, it's correct. But when we are having a collision, then these are dynamic one. So what will happen? So here in our app component.ts we have a title Angular basics. Now let's try to apply that one to directly here. ID is equal to title. I have applied directly. Now which one will be applied? Hi Leela or Angular basics. If you try to see here, the component instance is being taken as the highest priority. Hi Leela is getting applied. Now if I remove this one ID directly in this one, now Angular basics ID will be applied to here. Now if you try to see here, and here ID Angular basics has been applied. So like this the collisions will be there. So binding collisions. So we cannot predict it actually. So make sure that the binding collisions will not be there. So if both are dynamic also we have seen it. If one is static also we have seen it. Both are static also we have seen it. So like that you can apply the combinations and you can check it. So one thing you need to apply, you need to understand is binding collisions in Angular can occur when you have conflicting bindings in the host property. So this situation can lead to unpredictable behavior as Angular tries to reconcile the different instructions for the same property or the event. So that is one thing. Okay. So so that's it guys about this host element and all those things. Hope you understood about the concept. So what I will do is I will commit this one in a new branch, that is -video. Okay, and this is host property for host elements, host property in component. Now if you want to refer this code or anything means, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can take a look at that one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will learn about the components lifecycle. So we are proceeding ahead in the Angular 17, right? So I am telling you about the features and all those things which was introduced in the Angular 17. So don't think this one as an Angular 17 scratch course or something like that. So fine. So let's go to the component lifecycle. A component's lifecycle. What is a component lifecycle? It is a sequence of steps that happens between the component's creation and its destruction. Each step represents a different part of the Angular process for rendering a component and checking them for updates over time. So for example, let's say that I will be telling you example in such a way that Angular a component's lifecycle. Okay, so this one is component lifecycle. So we can implement this lifecycle hooks to run code during these steps. Lifecycle hooks that relate to a specific component instance. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the components lifecycle hooks. So what are the lifecycle hooks that are available in the components, and what are the new additions that has been added in our Angular 16 or 17? So the recent upgrades. Let's try to see it. So first of all, we need to know about what is a component lifecycle. So it is a sequence of steps. It's a series of steps. What I can say is it is a series of steps that happens between the component's creation and its destruction. So when the component is created and the component is destroyed, so what are the series of steps it will happen? So in this each step we can trigger a method. Okay, so we can be able to know in each step. So these are called as life cycles. The sequence of steps is called as life cycles. So now what I will try to tell you is, so here in which manner we can write this one is, so I told you, right, the component creation until the destruction. So the series of steps I will be telling you, right? So these life cycle hooks that relate the Angular application are implemented as a functions that accept a callback. Okay, so these are all implemented using a functions as a callback. So first I will try to tell you one by one. The first one is the constructor. Okay, so the creation. So the component creation is called as a constructor. Now here let's try to create a new component. Here ngGC I will create life cycle hooks. So this is our new component which we will be creating, so that we can learn all the life cycle hooks that are available in the component. So we'll try to learn one or three in this video. So now we have created the component. Let's go to the app.component.ts file. So here we will introduce this lifecycle hooks component, and let's go to the app.component.html file. Okay, and here I will comment out this one also, so that we can have a clear view. And here I will be writing the div, and in this one app hyphen lifecycle hyphen hooks. Okay, so this is the component. Now if you try to see here, so we will be able to see lifecycle hooks works. So now the first component which you need to learn about this one is the lifecycle hooks.component.ts. The first component which you need to learn is the constructor. Okay, so this constructor is JavaScript. This one is a standard JavaScript class constructor, runs when Angular instantiates the component. So that is one thing. So here when the component is first time created, so this is a standard JavaScript one. So constructor will be fired. So here I can write console.log constructor. So this is the first one which will be called constructor called. So this one is the one. So next one is the ng on init. Okay, so this ng on init. So these are all change direction things. So ng on init runs once only. This one will run only once after Angular has initialized all the components inputs. So when the Angular components inputs, so that is nothing but @input I have shown you, right? So those all after initialization has initialized, then this ng on init will be fired. So this one will fire only once. So this ng on init method runs after Angular has initialized all the components input with their initial values. A component's ng on init runs exactly once. This step happens before the component's own template is initialized. So that means before the component template. So here the component template is lifecycle hooks.component. So before this initialization only, this ng on init will fire. This means that you can update the component state based on the initial input values also. So here you will be writing ng on init. Okay, ng on init. So this one is the method. So here you can write such a way that console.log ng on init fired. So this one will be fired only once. So now if you try to see here, if you see here, so now what has happened? So we need to save it. So TS we are using, HTML it is there, and if you try to refresh this page, this one is not getting console. I think maybe my problem. So I need to restart this server again. Let it restart. Now I have restarted the server. So now if you go to the inspect element, you will be able to see in the console. See now the first one is the first one which has been called the constructor. Then afterwards ng on init has been fired. I told you, right? Ng on init it will fire after Angular has initialized all the components input. So that means let's go to the app.component.ts file. So here we are having a title, right? Let's try to send this title. So here I will be sending this title. Title is equal to title. I am sending the title, the dynamic one, and here in our lifecycle hooks.component I will receive this title @input, okay, which should be imported from the Angular. Okay, @input. Here what is this error we are getting? Decorators are not valid here. Okay, fine. So let's try to write it here. @input title, okay, is equal to empty. So I have declared it in initial value. Now here we got the value, right? Now if you try to see the output for this one, so here constructor ng on init is fired. So now let's say that name, we have a name is equal to empty. Okay, so here I can write something like this dot name is equal to title, this dot title. So we can initialize it. Okay, and here also on ng on init also this dot name plus is equal to added on ng-unit. So you can change the variable names also in the ng-unit. Why? Because the template will not be rendered by that time. So here if you try to write it, here you can use the name also. So now if you try to see here, so now here we are able to see life cycle hooks and all those things. Name we have introduced it, and here we are using the name empty, this dot name plus is equal to added on ng-unit. Okay, so we are sending title as empty. I think we are sending the title as empty. Why we are sending the title as empty? So we are not sending it, right? Let's try to see it in our app component.html. Title is equal to title, and in our app component.ts file, title is equal to Angular basics. So it is there. So what could be the issue again? I think maybe I need to restart the server. Let me restart the server again. So this is what I want to explain you. For example, if you try to see here, this dot title when I am trying to fire it, so we are getting it as empty, whereas in ng-unit this is available. So now what we can do here, see this dot name, you can add it, you can remove it here, and you can add it in this one. Okay, this dot is equal to, and here I can write this dot title, okay, plus, and we can add it like this. Now this one we will be able to see the output, right? So now in our app component.html we can add the title here, and we will be able to see the output. So this is how we will be the life cycle hooks will be fine working. Constructor means at the component creation. In this place the input properties and all those things will not be available for you. Whereas in ng-unit, when immediately the input properties and all those things are initialized, ng-unit will fire. So on ng-unit fire, so if you want to update the variables or anything using the input variables means you can update it. So this step happens before a component's own template is initialized. So that is the main thing. You can update the component state based on its initial input values and all those things. You can update it here. So this is what I want to explain you. And these are the two main creation. What I can say is components thing, which will be running exactly once when the component is created. So when the component is first instantiated, constructor will be executed, and afterwards ng-unit will be executed when all the inputs of this component has been initialized with their initial values. So these are the two things. In the next video we will try to learn about the ng-un changes and ng-un destroy also. I will explain you clearly about this one also. I will commit this code in our new branch, that is nothing but 13-video. Okay, so whoever may be having doubts or anything, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below. So if you are having doubts or anything, you can refer to that code. And I will get life cycle hooks, right? So as usual, so if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video, we have learned about the lifecycle hook of the constructor, and also the ng-unit also we have learned. Now in this video we will learn about the another two types lifecycle hooks, that is ng-on changes and also the ng-on destroy. So what does this ng-on changes, when it will be useful? So the ng-on changes method runs after any component inputs have changed. So that means now here we are having this input variable, right? Input title is equal to empty. Whenever this title variable has been changed, then this ng-on changes method will be fired. This step happens before the component's own template is checked. So this just like the ng-on init also, whenever this component template HTML file has been checked, then only before that one only it will be fired. This means that you can update the component state based on its initial input values. So that means you can update the component state before the template update only. During initialization, the first ng-on changes runs before ng-on init. So here that means before the ng-on init, ng-on changes fires. Why? Because first time input value has been updated, right? So the first time the ng-on changes will fire. After that only ng-on init will be fired. So that is one thing. So here what I will try to do is, so here you will be having ng-on changes. ng-on changes. Now this is our method, and here we will be writing console.log. I will use console.log ng-on change fired. Okay, ng-on change fired. I will give this all the things. Let's close it, and here let's go to the inspect element, and here in the console ng-on init file, ng-on change file. Yeah, here if I refresh this page, So here you will be able to see first time the constructor has been called, then immediately ng on change is fired. So that means ng on changes has been fired, and afterwards only ng on it has been fired. So that means first the constructor will be executed, and now if you have any input properties or anything, then ng on changes will be fired, then afterwards ng on it will be fired. So for example, let's say that you don't have a input variable, let's assume, and here I am commenting out this one all, okay, and I will comment out this one also, title. Now let's see that ng on change will fire or not. So now if you try to see here, ng on changes has not been fired. Why? Because there is no input variable. Now constructor has been called and immediately ng on it is also fired. Now if you try to have this input variable, so that means if a component has at least two input variable means then ng on change will be fired before the ng on it. So fine, now you are able to understand about this ng on changes. Now inspecting the changes. So what are the changes that has been modified? So if you want to check means, so ng on changes method accepts one simple change argument. So it will take one argument that is called a simple changes argument. This object is a record mapping each component input name to a simple change object. So each simple change contains the input's previous value, its current value, and a flag for whether this is the first time the input has been changed. So for example, let's say that I will try to show you the changes. So what you will be having, so you will be having the changes, that is simple changes. Okay, this should be imported from the Angular core. Okay, so this should be imported from the Angular core. Now here we got the simple changes, right? So let's console the simple changes. So here console.log of changes. I told you, right, first time you will be having the current value, the previous value, and also the first time. So here you will be able to see an object has been fired, and here this is a title of simple change, and in this title you will be able to see that it is having for this title current value, it's an Angular basics, previous value doesn't have anything. Why? Because it is the first time it has been changed, and the last one is first change, it is true, yes, it has been changed. Now in our app component I will try to add a button so that we will be able to see. So I am adding a button here, change title, okay, and here when I click is equal to change title, and I am using some normal method, and let's go to our app.component.ts file, and here I will be using change title, okay, and this dot title is equal to random string, I will use like this, and here I will use math.random, okay. So this one all the time it will be changing. Now this is a change title. Now if I click on this one, so first time we got this title and the previous value and all those things is undefined, right? Now if you try to click on change title, so now here again ng on change has been fired. So if you try to see here, now the input value has been changed, because of that reason ng on change is fired. So now if you try to see here, this is the change, right? And in this title you will be able to see the current value is this one, the previous value is Angular basics, and now this time the first value is false. So now this is the simple changes. Now whenever you are having multiple input elements means you will be having multiple objects. Now you can loop over this each one using the for in, and you can get those values. So this is one of the simple change. If you provide an alias for any input property, the simple changes record still uses the TypeScript property name only. So this property name only it will take when you use the alias property also, rather than taking the alias. So that is also one thing which you need to understand. So this is all about the ng on changes. Now the another one before closing, I want to explain you about the ng on destroy also. So what is this ng on destroy lifecycle hook will do? Ng on destroy method runs once just before a component is destroyed. Angular destroys a component when it is no longer shown on the page, such as being hidden by ngIf or upon navigating to another page. So when this ng on destroy will fire, so I will try to show you this ng on destroy. Ng on destroy, okay, ng on destroy. So this is our method, and here console.log component destroyed. So this will not fire at any time, so this will not be fired. So if you try to see here, yeah, if I try to refresh this page, constructor is called, ng on change is fired, ng on init is fired, that's it. So when will this ng on destroy will fire is, so whenever we are trying to destroy this component. For example, here I can have something like button, I will use button toggle toggle component. So I am using toggle component, and here I will use click is equal to toggle, okay, hook. So I will use this method, and let's go to the app.component.ts file, and here I will use the toggle hook, and here I will use isActive or anything. isActive is equal to false, and I will do something like this dot isActive is equal to true, or otherwise I will do a toggle something like not of this dot isActive. Okay, so now when you try to see here, so this time when it was there, so the now ng on destroy has not been fired. Now when I am trying to click on the toggle, what is happening? Okay, we haven't used this ng on destroy, right? Sorry, ng if. Now here I can write ng if is active. Okay, so I am using this is active. Now if you try to see here, the first time it is false, or otherwise first time what we will do is we will make it as a true, so that we can able to see the component. Yeah, so now we will be able to see constructor has been called, ng on change fired, ng on it fired. So fine, everything working fine. Now when you click on this toggle component, see this time the component destroy has been fired. So that means whenever this component is leaving this view pane or viewport, so then this ng on destroy will be fired. So we have also an alternative to this ng on destroy method, that is you can inject an instance of destroy ref. So you can register a callback to be invoked upon components destruction by calling the on destroy method of destroy ref. So that means there is also an alternative for this one to write this ng on destroy. So here you can inject the destroy ref. So here you can inject something like private destroy ref. So you can have destroy ref, which is of type destroy ref. It should be imported from the Angular core. So this one is also. Now using this one, so now you can do in the constructor itself. So now here you can write destroy, wherever you want you can use it, not only here. So you can use it on the ng on init also. Destroy ref dot on destroy. So you will be having a callback method. So on destroy. So this will take a callback method. So this one will be executed whenever this what I can say is, so destroy ref fired. So this one also fires on ng on destroy only. So now if you try to refresh this page, so this one is all okay. When I click on here, see both component destroyed has been fired and also the destroy ref is also fired. So you can pass the destroy ref instance to functions or classes outside your component also. So using this pattern, if you have other code that should run some cleanup behavior when the component is destroyed means, so for example you can pass this destroy ref to other classes or anything. So for example, let's say that when you remove this component, so you have some other cleaning functionalities in another code, in another file or anything means, and then this destroy ref will be useful. Whereas in ng on destroy it will work in this place only, right? So this destroy ref you can pass it to other components or to other functions or anything. So that function will be executed immediately whenever this component is destroyed. You can also use destroy ref to set up code close to clean up the code rather than putting all cleanup code in the ng on destroy method. So that is one thing. So these are the things which we want to discuss. So one is ng on changes. ng on changes will fire whenever the input value changes, and it will have an argument that is nothing but simple changes argument. It will consist of the current value, previous value, and also the flag. And we are having an ng on destroy which will fire when the component is destroyed. Alternative to this one is the destroy ref, which you can inject it through the constructor, and this one you can pass it to any other class or outside of the class or outside of the file you can pass it, and whenever this component is destroyed in that file, that logic will be executed. So these are all the different things. These are the true lifecycle loops which we have learned it. So what I will do is I will commit this code in our new branch, that is nothing but 14-video. So 14-video, and these are nothing but ng on changes, and ng on destroy. Okay. So here I will be providing this GitHub repository URL in the description below. Whoever want to refer this code or anything means, so you can clone that repository URL and you can check that code. And as usual, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the another lifecycle hook, that is ng-do-check. So what does this ng-do-check method will do? The ng-do-check method will run before every time Angular checks a component template for changes. So that means this ng-do-check is a little bit different. ng-on-changes will fire whenever this input has been changed, but ng-do-check will change every time when the component is getting change direction is being fired. So whenever the change direction is getting fired, then this ng-do-check will be executed. So you can use this lifecycle hook to manually check for state changes outside of the Angular's normal change detection, manually updating the component state. This method runs very frequently and can significantly impact your page performance. Avoid defining this hook whenever possible. Only use it when you have no alternative. So during initialization, the first ng-do-check runs after the ng-on-init. So let's try to check this one. So here I will be using this ng-do-check, ng-do-check, and here I am using console.log ng-do-check fired. Okay, so ng-do-check fired. Now if I refresh this page, now let's see. So here we are not able to see it, right? So I think ng-do-check has been fired. Now if I refresh this page, hopefully this one has to fire. Yeah, here see, after the ng-on-init fired, ng-do-check has been fired here. So immediately again afterwards ng-do-check is also fired. So now here whenever we have seen the after ng-on-init, so whenever the template has been rendered and all those things, so then again this ng-on-init, ng-do-check has been fired. So now ng-do-check always fires when the components checks for the change direction policy. So now for example, let's say that when the input has been changed, then also ng-do-check will fire. So here if I try to change the title, see ng-on-change is fired, then also ng-do-check is fired. So for example, let's say that I will try to add this name in a set time mode. Okay, set time mode. So when this name property is changing also, then also ng-on-init will ng-do-check will fire. So here I will try to add it, and here I will remove this one, and in this one I will add something around after 2 seconds. Now if I refresh this page, so now here ng-do-check has been fired. See, immediately after ng-do-check is also fired. I will try to show you. Console.log set time mode. Okay, now if you try to see here, ng-do-check is fired. So set time mode is fired, and again ng-do-check is fired. So that means, so whenever you will try to see, so this one I have added it. So whenever you will try to see, whenever any variable or any state variable has been changed, this ng-do-check will be fired. So this one, if you try to write the logic and all those things here, when you use it frequently, so it runs very frequently, right? So whenever you are trying to write some logic here, so it will impact your page's performance. So avoid using this hook whenever it is possible. So now I will try to show you another scenario before moving on to the next hook, ng-do-check. So when this ng-do-check actually will be useful. For example, let's say that this input title is a string variable, right? So this one is a simple data. So we are trying to store this primitive data. Now let's say that this title is, you are having something like an object. Okay, so this title is an object name. I am using a name is equal to like this. Okay, so now this is our title, and here I will be changing this dot title dot name. So I am changing here directly the name. And if you go into our app component.html, so we will be using the title is equal to title. So this one is common, and here in our lifecycle hook, so here we are adding something like this, right? So here I will use something like an object, and I will make it as a name is equal to empty. Now hopefully everything will work. Now here ng-on-change is fired, and the title you will be able to see the title you are having a name is equal to Angular basics, and here also in our lifecycle hook dot end, okay, we are using the name. It's not a problem. Okay. So now, so when this ng-on-init will fire, so now ng-on-init has been fired, ng-on-change is fired. So now I am trying to change the title. So if you try to click on this title, ng-on-changes has not been fired, and ng-do-check has been fired. Why? Because ng-on-changes, so it will not fire for the reference changes. Okay, so whenever the value in the reference has been changed, it will not change. When the reference is changed only, so that means when the object has been changed, then only it will try to change it. So when it will fire is, for example, let's go here we are trying to change it, right? This dot title is equal to name, and when you write it like this, then only it will change. See here, now let's try to click on this title. So now I am trying to change the title. Now this time ng on change is fine. Why? Because we are assigning a new object to this one, so that means the object reference has been changed. So when you are trying to change only the properties inside a particular object, means ng on change will not fire. So this is one thing which you need to understand. So very much important, you need to understand. And also, for example, let's say that if you are having another not variable, what I want to tell you is the I will show you something like another button. I will add another button, and I will try to take the counter. Here we are having a counter is there, right? And here in our app component HTML, I will send the counter also. So counter is equal to counter. So I am sending the counter, and we'll have a button also for this one, change title and change counter. Okay, and when we are having here update counter, I will update the counter, and let's try to add this one. And here also in our app component.ts, I will add update counter, and in this one I will do this dot counter plus plus. Okay, so this is our counter. And let's go to the lifecycle looks.component, and here we are having another input variable, that is counter, which is of type 0. Okay, so now you will see, so now here in our app component.ts, instead of this one, so instead of using it like this, I will try to use this dis.title.name. Now this one is an object reference, and this one is a simple. Now here if you try to click on this change counter, okay, ng on change is fine. When you click on this change title, only the ng do check is fine. So this is what I am trying to explain you. So that means here you need to understand that ng on changes will fire only when the input data is a primitive value. Object also it will fire, but it will, when the reference is changed only, then only this ng on changes will be fine. So in order to make this fire ng change and all those things, means, so then you need to use the change direction policy and all those things. We'll try to learn about this in the future videos. And the ng do check will fire whenever the component will check for the changes. So this ng do check is a little bit different. So hope you understood about this ng do check thing. So it is one of the main thing, important thing. And I will commit this code in our new branch 15-video. Okay, so whoever may be having doubts, if you want to refer this code, means I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below. So if you want to refer this code, means you can take the clone of that code and you can refer that. And here ng do check, right? ng do check. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the another lifecycle hook, that is ng after view init. So what is this ng after view init? ng after view init method runs once, it will also runs only once after all the children in the components template have been initialized. So you can use this lifecycle hook to read the results of this view queries. View queries means @view child, that one. I will try to show you that one. While you can access the initialized states of these queries, attempting to change any state. So attempting to change any state in this method results in an expression changed after it has been checked error. I will show this error when it will happen, and also the view queries also I will show you. So the lifecycle hook which it will be executed is, so I told you, right, ng after view init, and this one I will write console.log after view init initialized. Now if you see here, if I refresh this page, now you will be able to see after ng on init, ng on do check, now ng after view init has been fired. So this view init will file when only all the lifecycle hooks, right? So this component.html file, all the child views and everything is initialized, then only this after view init will be fired. Now for example, let's say that we want to access this element. So I will write something like #Leela. So here I want to access this element in the component file. So for this one, what we need to do is we will be using @viewChild. Okay, we will be giving that hash name, and here I will use something like element ref. Okay, so now this is the thing. Now if I want to Leela element. Now if I want to access this one, how I can access this? For example, let's say that in ng on it I want to access this one. So if I want to access this one, so here I will do console.log this dot Leela element dot native element. So if I try to access here, so immediately you will get an error. Cannot unable to read the properties of undefined native element. So this Leela element, it is telling that it is an undefined. So why we are getting it as an undefined is when this ng on it will fire. So when this actually the component is initialized, then only this ng on it will fire. By the time this template will not be initialized. So that means this element cannot able to be found by this ng on it. So the correct place, the correct lifecycle hook where we need to use this one is ng after view init. So when this view init has been initialized, then only we need to use this like this. Now if you try to see here, so we will be able to find the element. So now the div element we are able to find it. Now whatever the DOM manipulations you want to make for this div element, you can do it. So this is the main use of this ng after view init. So when the view has been successfully initialized, then only we will be able to use this one. For example, let's say that I am having a variable in a such a way that is active or otherwise loading. Okay, loading is equal to true or anything I am having. Now I will show in our life cycle hook. So normally when we will get one scenario, one error, I will try to show you, and I will use ng if loading. If loading is there, then only I want to show the loading. Okay, now if you try to see here in our output, we will be able, okay, ng on init is not there because we need to import the common module. Okay, let's import the common module. Okay, now if you see here and refresh this page, now we are able to see a loading symbol here. So now immediately I want to make this one as false, so I don't want to show this loading symbol. So let's say that I will try to use here after view init. So when the view has been initialized, I want to make it as loading is equal to false. So now I have made it as false. Now if you try to see here in our thing, now you will be able to encounter this type of issue. So this type of issue all the time you will be able to see it. So when you are trying to work in the projects or anything, so this type of issue you maybe came across at least one time. So at any time in your career you will be able to get this type of error. So what is this error we are getting? Expression changed after it has been checked error. So that means here what it is trying to do is a change detection has been ran. So now the entire HTML and all those things has been initialized. After initialization is completed and all those things, then again we are trying to make the state variable as false. Now what will happen immediately? It has to run this again, this HTML everything, right? So that one, why it is telling is, so you are trying to change the state variable when that expression has changed after it has been checked. When the view everything has been checked, then the expression has been changed. So this is one error which you will be getting more often. So the correct place, this is not the correct place where we need to use this after view init. So where we can use this one is, the correct place is the ng on init. So here we need to use this one. Why? Because at that time the variables will not, the template is not checked. So here you try to see, now the loading and all those things is not visible. So this is the correct place where we will be using. So this is the ng after view init. Now another one which I want to explain you is ng after content init. So this one is also ng after content init. So this is also one of the important thing. So ng after content init, so when it will be fired is, so it will be fired before the ng after view init only, before the ng after view init. So here if I try to do console.log after content init fired, so when I try to fire this one, so now if you try to see here the example, see ng on init, ng after content init has fired, then afterwards only after view init has been fired. So that means this one will be fired before the after view init. So now what is the use of this after content init and after view init? So now what I can do is, for example, in our lifecycle hook, so I will remove this one. Now I will be having one ng content, okay, ng content. So this is our ng content. Now what I will do is, in our profile lifecycle hooks.component.ts file, or otherwise in our app component.html file, let's remove this one, app.component.html file. Okay, now here what I want to tell is, so here I will use profile component. So we already have one profile, right? So app-profile. Okay. So this one I will try to execute app-profile. Now profile will be included here. The profile component will be added here. Why? Because we are using the ng content. Now I want to access this profile thing. So for accessing the profile thing, what we can do is, instead of using this view child, we will be using @content child. Okay, content child, profile component. I can use the profile content @ profile component. Okay, so this is our profile content. So now where we can access this one is, we can access in the ng after view unit also. So here if I want to do console.log this dot profile content, if I try to frame it, so now here you will be able to access this profile component also. Here you will be able to access not only in this one, we can also access this one in our ng after content also. So this ng after content also we will be able to access this one. So without any errors we are able to access this one. Then what is the difference between these two? So I told you, right, before the ng after view unit, ng after content will be fired. One thing what you need to remember is that in our, when it is trying to execute, first Angular build time. So whenever you are trying to use it in the Angular build time, so this ng on content will be executed, and afterwards ng whatever the content is there, it will be rendered. So that means then afterwards, after rendering, immediately this content ng after content it will be fired. Then afterwards only all the view components and all those things will be re-rendered. So this div hash Leela, these all things. For example, let's say that in our ng after component, so if I want to access this ng after content in it, now you will get an error. So I will be not able to access this native element. I don't know about this native element. See why? Because when this is getting initialized, only the content which is present in ng content only we will be able to access. The content which are available for the view template and view child and all those things, we cannot able to access in this ng after content in it. So this is the main difference. Why? Because I told you, right? So one thing is, in ng content when it get executed is in the build time, when it is this ng content will be replaced with the original content. Then afterwards only these all the view component will be rendered. So that means by the time when this one is completed, so this will be executed. So this is the main difference between ng after content in it and also ng after view unit. Here also you should not make this one as this not loading is equal to true or false, like that you should not make it. So here also you should not make it. Why? Because you will get an expression has changed error. So here also you will be able to get it. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So this is the main difference between ng after content in it and also the ng after view in it. Hope you understood about these scenarios. I will commit this entire code in our new branch, that is 16-video, and ng after view in it, ng after view in it, and ng after content in it. Okay, and I will commit this entire code. So let us publish this branch. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, means I will be providing the full video link below to this video. Sorry, this is not a short. I will be committing this entire code. So if you want to have a doubt or anything, you can refer to this code. I will be providing this GitHub repository URL in the description below. So you can have a take a look at that one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the another lifecycle hook, that is ng after view checked. So what is this ng after view checked, and what is the difference between this ng after view init and also this ng after view checked? We have already discussed about the ng after view init and ng after content init. So now ng after view checked. So first we will try to see about the ng after view init, which we have already discussed. So these two are the lifecycle hooks, but these serve different purposes in the component and the directive lifecycle. So just I will try to explain you about the ng after view init. So now this hook is called ng after view init hook is called after Angular has been fully initialized the components view and also its child views. It is invoked only once, whereas ng after view check, it will be invoked or whenever there is a change detector. So where this hook is called after the default change detector has completed checking the components view and also the child views. So that is one thing. So that means ng after view check will be called all the time. So now in the summary, what I want to tell you is ng after view init is used for initialization of the tasks that require the view to be fully loaded, and it will run only once. In contrast, ng after view checked is used for operations that need to be performed after each change detection cycle, especially when responding to the changes in the data or the DOM. So both are the powerful tools in the Angular lifecycle, but must be used very carefully to maintain the app performance and the stability. So I will try to show you a simple example where ng after view init and ng after view checked will be used. So now here I am creating a new component, checked lifecycle. So just I am creating a new component, and here in this one app.component.html, and here in our app.component.ts file. So here in these both files, so when this component lifecycle has been created, we will try to add it. So check lifecycle, right? Let it create. So it will take some time in my system. So the component has been created. So let's try to add it in our here. So checked lifecycle component, and let's go into the app component.html file. So I want to use it here in our div app-checked lifecycle. Okay, so this is our component, and here you will be able to see checked lifecycle works. So now the component has been initialized. So what does I want to do in this component is, let's go into our checked lifecycle component.html file, checked lifecycle component.ts file, and checked lifecycle component.cs file. So completely will work on this component only. And here I will be creating div. Okay, so here I will be creating a checked lifecycle component, right? So the complete code I will be writing it here. So in this one, first what we will try to do is, we will try to design the HTML. So first one what I will try to do is Angular lifecycle hook. So just it's an example, sorry, hook. And first I will create a input field, input type is equal to text, and we need to access this one, right? So for that one what I will try is input field. I can use it as an input field. So this is our first input field. So in order to capture this input field, what we need to do is, so here I can use @viewChild of input field. Okay, and we can use it whatever the name you want, you can use it. Input field we can use it, and here I can write the element name input element, and it should be of type element ref. Okay, element ref. So this is our thing. And now here if you try to refresh this page, we should be able to see why it's not coming. Here I have pasted. So now let us restart this one. So maybe it has been created, right? So maybe that could be the issue. So now one thing is completed. So now I want to create the items in this one. So here I can have items is equal to, I can have item 1, item 1, item 2, item 3. Okay, so these are the 3 items, and we are having the items ng after view init, ng after view init. So this is our ng after view init, and here in this one what we will do is this is our ng after view init. So we need to capture this input field. So in this input field we can capture it using this dot input field input element dot native element dot focus. So at the starting of this one, so we will get the focus thing. So this will be executed only once. So that is the reason we are able to see the focus here. And here if you see the console.log after view init fired. So when the complete view has been initialized, then this hook will be fired, so that this element will be available to us. So now we have fired this one. So let's go here and I will show you the inspect element, so that in our console you will be able to see. Okay, and here we are having this one. So now ng after view init has been fired. Now next what I want to do is, so here we will try to go to our HTML. We have items, right? So let's try to loop over the items. Here I will be having div hash scroll container. Okay, scroll container, and in this one scroll container I will be having one div, and I will loop over each one ng for item of items, and here I will be having an item. Okay, and this ng for and all those things we will be having a common module. That's it. So So this is our HTML, and here we are having this item 1, item 2, item 3, right? So now what we need to do, so here do scroll container is there, and here we will be having a button. So button add item, and I will do a click event. So we'll discuss about these all click events and all those things. Just I am trying to explain you. Add item. So I will be having this add item. Now this add item we need to initialize it here. So I will be having this add item, and in this one this dot items dot push, this dot items dot push of item dollar of this dot items, sorry, this dot items dot length plus 1. Okay, so that's it. So now when you try to refresh this page, so when I am clicking on this one, we are able to get a new item. So fine, this one is working. Now let's try to do some CSS. So here I will be having the class is equal to scroll container, and for this scroll container I will be having something like scroll container, and for this one what I will try to do is, so here I can apply a border of 1 pixel solid hash CCC, and I can apply a padding of 10 pixel. Okay, and what we can do is we can have a width of around 200 pixel. Okay, and also we can have a height of around 100 pixel. Okay, so these are the things which we can apply. I think most probably these are the things, I think. So that's it. So if you want, you can also apply margin also. Okay, we will try to apply margin, whatever thing, margin, margin top is equal to 10 pixel. So this is our box. Now when I am clicking on this add item, so we are able to see these all items. So this is coming overflow, right? So we can write something like overflow auto or anything. Fine, that's it. So now if you try to see, this is our height, and if I try to click on this one, so we are able to scroll. So whenever we are adding an item, this scroll should be automatically it should be showed down. So that means the new item which we are adding, item 10, should be in the focused one. So it should be in the viewport. So for this one what we can do is, so whenever we are adding an item, and that too after the view has been initialized, so we need to move the scroll bar to the bottom. So how can I move this one? So for this reason, the exact life cycle will be ng after view checked. ng after view checked. So now this life cycle will be executed all the time whenever a change detection has been occurred, and afterwards, after the change detection, after the view has been initialized. So in this one I will try to do this dot scroll to bottom. So I am using some method, this dot scroll to bottom. So this is our method, and the scroll to bottom. Okay, and in this one, so what we can do, scroll to bottom. So here we can use this try catch error thing, we can use it. So here I can have something like, I will do it like this. So this dot scroll container, so we don't have a scroll container, and here we have added within hashtag scroll container. We need to implement that one using the view child. Okay, so that is nothing but scroll container, and I will be using the same name, the scroll container, and that's it. So now we are able to see, here I am using scroll container, scroll top, scroll height. Now whenever I am clicking on this one, so we are able to get this item. Okay, so this is how we can get it. Now when I am clicking on this one also, you can also use this add item like this, we can also use it. So this is how we will be doing. So now whenever you are trying to click here, so it is coming at the bottom, the scroll is moving at the bottom. Now when you try to implement the same thing in ng do check, so ng do check also, it will execute all the time whenever the change detection has happened, right? So when you try to do here, so here you will be able to see it is moving down. So if you try to see here, the last item we are not able to get it. So for example, if I click here, see 12 is coming down, and afterwards 13 is coming down. Why? Because ng do check will fire immediately whenever the change detection has been happened, whereas the ng after view checked will fire whenever the change detection has been happened and the view has been initialized. So the view has been executed, then only this one will be fired. So that means then we will be able to get this all the data. So this is the main usage of this ng after view check. Hope you understood about this concept. So what I will try to do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is nothing but video hyphen 17. So I will be committing this entire code. So I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below. Whoever may be having doubts, they can refer to that code. And here ng after view check. Okay, so that's it guys about this one. So whoever may be having doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video we will learn about the ng after content check lifecycle. So now we have learned in our previous video also about this ng after view check. Now we are learning about this ng after content check. What is the difference between these two? What I can say is the ng after view check and also the ng after content check lifecycle hooks are a part of Angular component lifecycle only. So which allows you to hook into different parts of a component lifecycle to perform certain actions. These hooks are specifically useful for handling tasks after Angular checks the content or views of the component. Now first let's try to see about this ng after view check. So the timing, so the hook is called after Angular has performed change direction on a component view and a child view. So this one will be executed always whenever a change detection occurs in the component view or the child view. So that means the view that the component itself renders along with any child component views. This is executed after the ng after view unit. So after the ng after view unit, then ng after content after view check will be executed. So that is one thing. Now ng after content check. So this one is the main thing. The lifecycle hook is called so ng after content check. So here this one ng after content check, right? So this one is the thing. And console.log after content checked. So ng after content checked, what it will try to do, this lifecycle hook is called after Angular has performed change detection on the component's content, which includes the content projected into the component via ng content. So now this one will be executed. This one will be executed when the component content and also the ng component content is automatically projected, then only this one will be executed. So this is one thing. So then this one will be executed. So now what I want to tell you is, so this ng after content check, ng after view check, and also we have this ng do check, right? So these three are the lifecycle hooks which executes it frequently whenever the state changes or the change detection occurs. So do check fired, but each one has its own thing. That is one thing. So whenever the variable changes or state change detection immediately occurs, so this ng do check will be fired, followed by the subsequent ng after content check when its own component content has been projected including the ng content. So then this ng after content check will be fired. Then afterwards ng after view check will be fired. So this one will be followed by ng after content init, ng after content check, and this one will be followed by ng after view init. So now if you try to see here, so here also I will write console.log ng after view checked. Okay, so now if you try to see here in our console.log, now here if you go to the console, so we are having so many things, right? Let's go to the app component.html and I will try to comment out. I have commented out these all the things, and here also this one also I will comment out, okay, so that we can have a clear picture. Now if you try to see here, the first one ng do check has been fired. So right now we don't have any after content ng after content init in this one, so that is the reason content init has not been fired. If you want I will try to show you ng after content init console.log after content init. Okay, so now if you try to see here, first do check has been fired, okay, and after content init and after content check has been fired, followed by the after view init and after view check will be fired, and now the do check and content file will be always be fired whenever a change detection occurred. So this is one thing. Now when I try to click on this one add item, see immediately do check, after content check and after view check immediately has been fired. So this is how we will be having. Now now you may be getting confused that after content check is firing. Why? Because we don't have an ng content in this one. The still it is firing means if ng content is there, it will fire, or otherwise also normally it will fire. So this is the main thing which you need to understand about this ng after content check. So ng after content check, when its content, when the the component content has been projected into this, then it will be fired. So whereas ng after view check, it will be fired when its own component view and also its child views, everything has been fired, then only it will be fired. So this is the main difference between this ng after content check and ng after view check. So now we have learned all the differences between ng on it, ng do check, ng after content. These all things we have learned. So these are the main things, and we have one last one which we need to discuss, that is after render and after next render, which has been introduced. That one is in the SSR. I will try to tell you about this one in the next video. Hope you understood about this life cycle. So what I will do is I will commit this code in our new branch, that is video-18. So you can, if you have any, if you want any reference of this code or anything, means the GitHub repository URL is provided in the description below. So you can take a look at that. So I will be providing the link below to this description. So that's it guys about this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will learn about the final lifecycle hook available in the Angular 17. So it has been really introduced, I think. So that is after render and after next render. So these are the two important things which you need to understand. So here I will be writing after render and after next render. So this one you maybe in the Angular you will be quite new. So you will be hearing quite new about this one. When will this exactly will be useful? Normally now in Angular 17 we know that SSR has been introduced as a part of this Angular. So now, for example, let's say that the lifecycle hooks which we have learned up to now, like ng on init, ng do check, ng, these are all the lifecycle hooks will fire on the, what I want to say is in the server side running, during the preload. So when the Node.js is trying to build it, so at the time only it will build. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the new life cycle hooks that has been introduced by the Angular framework team, that is after render and after next render. So you may be able to worry that what is this after render and after next render. So we'll try to learn about these two things right now. So now I told you, right, sometimes it is necessary now to use the browser only APIs to manually read or write the DOM. So for example, when you are using a chart library, when you are using some resize, when you want to know that when the content has been resized or when the browser is resized. So like this, when the things are happening in the browser level, browser only APIs, when it is doing, then you need to implement some manual, some read and write of the DOM. So you need to get the DOM or you need to update the DOM like this. So this can be challenging to do with the lifecycle events. Why? Because so these lifecycle events or lifecycle hooks which we are trying to learn, these after content init and all those things, so will run, okay, it will run during server side rendering and also in the pre-rendering. So these two lifecycle hooks will be run. So for this purpose, Angular has provided a new lifecycle hooks, that is nothing but after render and after next render. So these functions can be used unconditionally but will have no effect on the browser. So these two lifecycle hooks will not run on the server side render. It will run when after the rendering has been completed in the browser. So these both functions accepts a callback that will run after the next change detection cycle. So that means that we now have two methods that will only run in the browser, making our updates to the DOM safe even when SSR or pre-rendering. So that is the main thing. So first one is the after next render. So that is one thing which we need to learn. After next render performs one-time initialization or observe a single specific change to the DOM. So for this scenario, what I will try to do is I will create a new component after render. So by creating this component, we will try to see how this after render and after next render will file. In the meantime, we will learn about this after next render. After next render means this will run only one time at the initialization time, observes a single specific change to the DOM. This event is triggered once after the next change detection cycle that is triggered by the Angular. And the next one is the after render. Anytime there is a change detection cycle, this event will be triggered and run. This is a perfect place to update the DOM every time Angular detects a change. So you could use it to make additional writes or reads from the DOM based on the apt update. So that is the main thing. These are the two things. After next render will execute only once. After render will run after whenever the subsequent changes will come. So here we are having this after render component, right? So let's go to the app.component.ts file and also the app.component.html file. So I will comment out these two things, okay, so that we can have this only what is this after render component. I am including this after render component, and here I will use this div app-after-render. Okay, so this is the component. Now app component.ts is there. Let's go to the after render thing. So I want to explain you this after render also, right? After render component.ts file. Now here we need to learn about this one. So now I already told you, right? After render and after next render, these two are the functions which has a callback. So these are not the methods of a class. So that is also one thing which you need to understand. So these after render and after next render functions let you register a render callback to be invoked after Angular has finished render all components on the page into the DOM. So these functions are different from other lifecycle hooks described as I described above. So rather than a class method, these are standalone functions that accepts a callback. The execution of this render callbacks is not tied to any specific component instance, but instead an application wide hook. So now we will try to learn about this one. So render callbacks do not run. So these two render callbacks do not run during server side rendering or during build time pre-rendering. So that is, these are the two things. So here I will try to do it. So constructor, okay, and here you will be having a constructor. So I told you, right, after next render. So this is the thing, and this one will accept a callback, and here we can write console.log after next render file. Okay, so this will not be called in the server side render, only in the browser side only it will be called. So now if you try to refresh this page, let's see why is this not finding. After render is there, after next render, so it should be imported from this Angular core. Okay, everything is working fine. So let's try to stop this one and you will run it again. So now if you try to see here in our console, let's go to the inspect element and I will try to show you. See here, this time after next render has been fired. So this one will be fired only once. Now another callback hook which I want to explain is the after render. Okay, after render, and here you will be having console.log after render file. Okay, now you will be able to see. So this one will be fired after all the time. Okay, now when this one will be exactly useful. So after next render, so this is the initial one, right? So let's go to the HTML element, and here I will write here. So here I will take it as an view child, and here I will take it as an view child @view child. Okay, and this one is Leela, and here also you will take it as a Leela, and here it is an element ref. Okay, so that is the main thing. Now we got the element ref after next render. So here what I want to do is this dot Leela dot native element dot style dot color is equal to red. I have converted into a red color. Now automatically this one will be converted into red color. That's not a problem. What happened? Oh, style spelling mistake. So style. Okay, so this one will be converted into a red color. This is not a problem. Okay, now in after render, so whenever this is rendering, so you want to get the color of this one. So okay, fine, you can get it, not a problem. Console.log this dot Leela dot native element dot style dot color. Now this time what it will try to do, it will give you the red color, right? So this one will give you a red color. Red color you will be able to see every time. So you will be able to, whenever this one is getting changed, you will be able to get the red color. So this is also whenever the, not only this red color, whenever the content is resizing or anything means, so this one will be executed, after render will be executed. So resize options and all those things you can call it. Resize observe API. If you want me means I will do that scenario example also. We'll do it. So this is one phase. So now I have explained you this one, right? So we in after render and after next render, we also have another one that is nothing but a phases. So you can optionally specify a phase. This phase gives you a control over the sequencing of the DOM operations. For example, let's say that here you are writing something to the DOM. So that means you are changing the color, means you are writing something to the DOM. And here you are reading the DOM. So for example, let's say that, so here I want to read before the access means, so here you can mention the phase. So here you can write a phase in such a way that phase after render options. So you will be having after render options. I think that after render phase dot early read. So that means you are telling that before writing I want to read it. So here you will be able to see that first time you are getting an empty color. Why? Because it doesn't have any color. If you mention this one as style color blue, then first time you will get it as a blue. So now you will be able to get it as a blue. See, the first time you got it as a blue. Why? Because this is executing before early read, before writing. Now here if you mention this one as a read, then after writing is completed, then only this read will be executed. Now here if you try to mention this one as a read also, now here this is the right option, right? You can mention this one as a phase after render phase dot write. So you can mention it as a write. So that means all the write actions will be completed, then only after that the read phase will be completed. So like this you need to understand. So for after render you can add it, for after next render you can add it. So anyways, so I am trying to explain you the phases. So you are having 4 phases, totally you are having 4 phases. So these are the phases which you can able to see: write phase, read phase, and also early read. I already told you, right? Before the write execution, the early read will be executed. And we also have another one that is nothing but mixed write read. So that is a default one. So this is a default phase used for any operations need to both read and write layout affecting properties. Avoid this phase if possible, preferring the explicit write and read operations. So you should write, if possible, prefer the exclusive write and read. So write operation I told you, right? Use this phase to write layout affecting DOM properties. Read layout means use this phase to read any layout affecting. Early read means, so this one also we avoid this phase if possible. So prefer using the read and write phases. So this is an optional thing, so which I am trying to tell you. By default this one will be a mixed read write. So that's it guys about this after render and after next render. So I hope you understood about this concept. So most importantly you need to understand that these two things will not be fired in the server side rendering, in the build time or the pre-rendering. This will be fired only on the browser side only. So this will be very useful for us when we are doing the server side rendering thing. So hope you understood about this concept. So what I will try to do is I will create a new branch, that is video-19, and here I will commit this code after render and after next render. So I will commit this entire code. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so if you want to refer this code means I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can take a look at that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the view child decorator in the Angular. So this is one of the key feature available in the Angular. Let's try to learn about this one. So the complete concept about the view child, we'll try to learn it. The view child decorator is a key feature in Angular that allows the components to directly access the DOM element or directive instances or other components within their template. So this access is crucial for manipulating the element or invoking the methods on the component or directive instance. So that is the main thing. So for example, let's say that if you are having any element, for example, in our HTML, so this is our element, right? So P element is there. So if you are having this type of P element and if you want to access this paragraph element into that directly the component instance means, then we can have a view child decorator. Not only the element, if you are having a component like app-child or anything directly the component element is there, means that one also you can access using the view child. So the basic usage of this one is, so how we can use this one is, let's try to create an component for this one so that we can have it very easily. So I am creating ngGC view child example. Okay, so I will create the component so that we can have everything. So okay, this one is a PowerShell. Let's open the command prompt here, ngGC view child example. Okay, so let's create this one, and here automatically the node is running. So sorry, the Angular build is running. Now here let's go into this one. So let it run, it will take some time to run, let it run. So here the view child example has been installed. So now I can delete this one. So this is our node, and now if you go to our app.component.ts HTML file, so this is our app.component.html file, and here I will comment out this one also, so that now here I will comment out this one. So here control KC, what is this one happening? Okay, let's wait. So now it has been commented. Now let's go to the app.component.html file. Okay, I have opened this TS file. So here I will be adding view child example component. So here also I have added, and let's go to the app.component.html file, and here I will use div, and here app-view-child example. Okay, so this is our component. Now I want to access this component. So now here let's go to our now there is no need for this one all. So let's go to the view child example component.ts file and also view child.html file. So these are the two files which I want to view, right? So here view child example works is there, right? So here we can have something like hash myref. Okay, so this is our myref. So that is one thing which I can do. So here you can have the access to the element ref of the specified DOM. So the basic example how we can access this one is, so let's go to our component.ts file, and here I can use @viewchild. Okay, so this should be imported from the Angular core, and here I can have myref. Okay, and here myref it is of type element ref. Okay, so you can give something like element ref. That's it. So now this should also be imported from, now here if I keep it like this, that's it. Now we are able to access this one. So if you want to access this one is, so there are a couple of ways to use this one. So if you want to access this one is, so where we can access this one is, so for example let's say that I am using in the ng on init. Okay, ng on init. Now if I want to access this one, so if I try to type this dot myref, if I try to do console.log this dot myref, if I try to see this one in our inspect element, if I do the inspect element here, and in this inspect element, and it is coming is undefined. Why? Because so this ng on init lifecycle hook will be initialized when as soon as the Angular component instance, this app view child component instance is been created. So this one, when the template has been successfully initialized, then only we can able to access this dot myref. So then that means where we need to access this one, the exact lifecycle hook where we need to access this one is ng after view initialization. So when after the view initialization is happened, then you need to access this one. So now you will be able to see element ref is available. Now if I want to get this one means dot native element dot text. Okay, so maybe or inner HTML, I don't know. So which one we need to get? Okay, so we'll see inner HTML. I don't know. So whether we can able to get it or not. So now here we are able to get this inner HTML or inner text or inner HTML, whichever it may be. So here like this we can able to get it. So yeah, the best place is this one. So not only this, so there is also an options in this view child. So the options is nothing but there is also a second option, that is nothing but second argument, which is an options object. The most commonly used option is the static. So here it should be static true or false. So here like this object, and in this one first one will be static true. So when you are trying to keep this one as a static true, you are telling to the Angular that this one is a static element, this is not conditionally rendered. So you are telling that the child view child is resolved before change detection runs and its value will not change over time. This is necessary for accessing the child in life cycle hooks like ng on init. Now if you are trying to access it, now this one we can able to access in the ng on init. So now here if I try to paste the same thing, ng on init console.log ng on init. Okay, now we will be able to access this one in the ng on init only. See here we are able to access this one in ng on init. Why? Because when you keep the static as true, you are telling that it will not change over time, so it is a direct one. If you keep the static as a false, means then you are telling that the element or the component might not be present at the time of the first change detection run, or if its presence is conditional, the view child will then be resolved after a change detection. Okay, so this one if you try to keep the false, means then you will be able to get this one as an undefined, so we will not able to get it. Why? Because in the next change detection we are assuming that it will be present. So here what we need to do, here in this scenario, in here we need to write this one. So this is the correct method. Okay, so this is one way. Now, so what is the use cases for this view child? So where we can use it? So this is used mainly for accessing the DOM element. For direct DOM manipulation, animations or measurements we will be use it. Interacting with the child components, calling methods or accessing properties of a child components. For example, if you are having a component, let's say that I will try to explain you another one also. So here if you are having a component or something like this, so here you are having a component. Let's say that what is the component we are having? Let's see the components which we are having. Check to life cycle, counter, getter input, hover click. We'll try to take this hover click. Okay, for this one what we need to do, in the imports we need to add hover click component. Okay, and here we can directly use app hover click. Okay, so we have used directly this one. So here we are able to see this hover click. So this one is working. Now for this one you can keep hover component. So I can add it like this for this component, and here in our TS file, so we can keep @view child. I will try to close this one. Yeah, @view child, and here I can take it something like this hover component, and here also I can write hover component, and this is of type hover component, hover click component. Okay, so like this you can you need to mention here this time this one is not an element ref, this one is an hover click element. Now if you try to see here, so hover component. Now let's try to use this one, and here also you try to use it like this native element. Now here you will not have a native element and all those things. Why? Because that is not a normal HTML element. So here if you try to see, let's refresh this page. Now here you will be able to see this one as a component. So here you are having all the properties and all those things whichever is there in this one. So here you will be able to see. Now if you want to access this method, means you can directly able to access this one dot on mouse enter. Now if you try to see here, if I refresh this page, see that one is automatically has executed, and it is telling that on mouse enter. Now it is getting an expression has been changed like this you are getting. Why? Because in ng after view unit we are trying to change again the what I want to tell you, it is trying to change again the what I can say, the state data. So this one we will not use it when we are trying to change the state data. So that one is one of the important thing which you need to understand. We have already discussed in our previous video. So like this we can also access the components. Not only the component, we can also access the directives and all those things also. So by working with the directive, accessing an instance of a directive applied to an element also we can use it. So that is one thing. And we have learned about the static of this one also. So life cycle loop consideration. So the timing of the view child is available depends on the static option. So if the static is true, means you can access the element or component on the ng on init. If the static is false, means it becomes available in ng after view unit or for components and directives. So that is one thing. So this is all the thing which I want to explain you. So that is all about this view child thing. And also we have another option also, which I will try to discuss you in the next video with a simple example also I will try to show you, so that you will have a clear idea about this view child. What I will do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is video-20. Okay, video-20. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, if they want to, so get means. So if you have any doubts or anything, please let me know. So I will be providing this GitHub repository link in the description below. You can have a take a look at that one. So this one is a view child. Okay, and that's it guys about this one all. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video we have learned about the view child decorator, we have seen it, and now in this video we will try to see a simple example in how many different ways we can access the view child. We can access this view child decorator for the different types of elements. So for this one what we will try to do is, so we have already the component, right? So we have already a component is there, and also we are having some method, something like some method is there, and in our view child component example, here we are trying to access this app hover element. Okay, so this is the hover component and this is the myref component. So both the components we are having it, and now before going to this one, so we will create a decorator also. So for the directive, we will create a directive and we will learn about these directives afterwards. So just I want to explain it to you, and here how can I change this one to, let's try to create a decorative. Here it is not running, right? So we will automatically try to run the decorative. So here ng generate directive. Okay, you can also use the D, and here I am using the simple old example only, which we will be able to find it more documentation and all those things. So highlight directive, I am creating an highlight directive. Let me close this one. Okay, and it will create the directive. It will take some time. So we can also access this directive element also. We can also access this directive using the view child. So that is the reason I want to show you. And also we have another way which we can access it, that is nothing but the view container ref, for creating the dynamic components and all those things, which we'll discuss afterwards. For those scenarios also we will be using this view child. So there are different types of things where we will be using, possible scenarios where we will be using this view child decorator. So here let it create. So here the highlight directive is also created. Now let's open this highlight, okay, directive.ts file. So we have also the spec file which we have. Now this one is our selector, app, highlight and all those things. So now we are having this app highlight director, right? So now in this one selector, and this is standalone true, and in this constructor we will be getting the element private el of type element ref. Okay, so I am adding this element, and here in this constructor what I will try to do is el dot native element. So we will be able to get this native element. So let it get native element dot style, okay, dot background color, okay, background color is equal to yellow. So whatever the thing you want, you can mention it. So this is the directive which we will be trying to create. So don't worry about if you don't know about the directive. We will try to learn about this one in the upcoming videos about the directives also. So if you want to know more about these all things, means you have already my previous Angular course. So those things also you can learn it in Angular 17. This is Angular 17, right? So I am hoping that you have a knowledge on the Angular thing. Now view child is there. So let's try to use the view child also. Now here we have this directive component, right? Now let's try to access this one. Let's go into our view child component.html. So first one is the div element, okay, and here this is the div element, and here we will be having an app hover, and here we can also have another one, the something like div element, okay. And for this div element what I will try to do is I will add here container ref, okay. So just don't think about this one also. So just it's a placeholder which I am trying to use it, and this is our hash myref, right? So this one I will be using app highlight, okay, app highlight. And for this one also what I will try to do is, so app highlight, okay. So this is the thing, and now this app highlight, for this one we need to import the decorative. So there is nothing but app highlight, right, highlight directive, that's it. So now we have imported this highlight directive, and here also you will be able to access this one. So that's it. So now if you try to app highlight, so this is not the highlight music, and here what is the name of this highlight directive? App highlight, right? and in this HTML also I will be able to access this one, and here also I will be able to access this one. So that's it. So now if you try to see this output for this one, okay, we are getting an error. So let's try to ng serve hyphen open. Oh sorry, ng serve hyphen open. So let it run the server, and here we will keep it like this only. Okay, so now we need to access this hash myref also. We are able to access it. Now if I want to access the component, so how we can able to access the component? Here I will be able to access the hover component. So we have also another option, that is nothing but read option. So how this view child option should be read as? So this should be read as hover click component. Okay, and this one should be read as element ref. So read it as an element, sorry, read this as element ref. Okay, and we have another one, that is nothing but container ref, right? So @view child. Okay, I will close this one, @view child, and here we are having this container ref, and here we can able to access that one as read. It should be read as container ref, view container ref. Okay, read it as view container ref, and here also you can have container ref of type view container ref. That's it. So we are having three elements, and also the last element also you can have it, that is nothing but highlight directive. So highlight directive also you can use it, and that one is so @view child. So here we will be using this view child highlight directive, and here we can write it as view child. Okay, where is this going on? So view child, right? So view child. Okay, and here I will be using view child, and this one is highlight directive, highlight. Okay, highlight directive, and here also I can use read highlight directive. Okay, and this one should be something like which we can use it is, so whichever you want you can use it. Highlight directive, we can use the name something like highlight directive, that's it. Okay, so now we can use this one, that's it. Now here these are the 4 child elements which we will be having. Now if I want to access this one, so now we will be able to access, first one is the myref. Okay, myref, I will try to access it. So let's try to see one by one. Here you will be able to see this one, right? Yellow color it is coming because of the directive thing, and here I am able to access it. So we have kept it the static true, that is the reason we are able to get it in the ng on it also. Now ref we are able to access it. Hover component, if you want to access this hover component, and hover component also we can able to access it, that is nothing but here hover click component also we can able to access. View container ref, now if I want to access this container ref also we can able to access this one container, but this one is a view container ref. I will try to explain you about this one. View container ref, we will use it for adding the dynamically created components, we will be using it. And highlight directive, last one, and here if you try to give this highlight directive, then also we will be able to access this highlight directive also. See here, this highlight directive also we can able to access. So this is how we will be able in this different ways we can access this view child directive, view child decorator. So that is the main difference which I want to tell you. Okay, so that is the main thing. So these are the different ways which we can access this decorator. So here we can use it, view child decorator, we can use it for the element, we can use it for a component, we can use it for an element, and also the same element we can use it, but this time instead of accessing it with an element ref, we can access it with a view container ref. That is nothing but I will try to explain you while creating the dynamically created components. And this one is a directive. So whenever you are having a directive to this one app highlight directive, then also you can use it. So in this way you can use it. So this is how we will be using the view child in different scenarios. What I will do is I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-21, and I will commit this entire code. So whoever may be having doubts or anything, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL below to this video. So now this is nothing but view child example, right? So that's it guys about this view child decorator example. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video we have learned about the view child. So that means catching the single element in the component instance, the DOM element in the component instance we have seen it. But if we are having multiple elements means, then how we can use it? So we have another decorator, that is view children. Instead of accessing the view child, we will be using the view children. So the same thing, how it will be like view child, we can access the element ref, we can access the component instances, we can access the directive, or otherwise we can access the view container reference also. So there are so many ways in which we can access it. So let's try to see this one in a simple example. So I will try to show you demonstrate in a simple example. Here I am creating a new component, that is ngGC task component. Okay, so it's a task. So let's create this task. So it will take some time to create in my laptop. So let it create. So now here I have created a component, that is task component. Let's go to this app component.ts file. So here I will include this task component here, as this one is all standalone. So task component has been included, and now here we will be having app.component.html, and in this one I will comment out this code so that we can have only the task component. Here I will be creating a app-task. Okay, so this is our task. Now let's say that in our app component.ts file we are having a multiple tasks. So let's think that I am having a tasks is equal to task 1, okay, task 2, and here task 3, and we will be having another one is a task 4, let's assume. So we are having it 4 tasks. Now I want to loop over this all the tasks, app-tasks. So ng for is equal to task of tasks, and I will try to send this task as an input. So here I will then send this task name as the task. Okay, so let's capture this one in our task component. Okay, task component.ts file, and here let's take this one as @input. This should be imported from the Angular core, and this one is a task name of type string. Okay, and this task name is there. Now let's go to the task.component.html. okay, and here you will be having a div, and this one is task name. Okay, so that's it. So now you will be able to see this all the task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4 is there. So it is displaying one by one, task 1, task 2, task 3. So now here I want to capture this HTML. So here I want to capture this app-task. So for this one what we can do, so here we cannot access it. Why? Because this app-task we are having multiple times. So here we are having 4 times the app-task is there. So that means it is not a single one, it is a children. So for that one what we need to do is, instead of accessing that one using a view child, we need to access it using the view children. Okay, view children. So this should be imported from the Angular core, and the task component we will be accessing the task component, and here you can give something like task components. Okay, task components, and here you can tell it as a task component. Okay, that's it. So now we got the task components, and where we can access this one, ng after view init, and now here I will try to console.log this dot task components. Okay, so now if you try to see here in our console, so we will be able to access all the things, and this should be of type query list. Okay, so we are getting a multiple task components, right? So this should be of type query list. I forgot to tell you, this should be of type query list, and this should be imported from the Angular core. And this query list is something like an array type of thing, so which we can loop over these all the DOM elements. Now here if you try to see this task comments, And now if I refresh this page, now you will be able to get these all the things as a query list. Okay, now if you try to check the length of this one, so we will be having some couple of methods like length, filter, for each loop, like this we will be able to have it. Now here if you try to see, so you are getting the length as 4. So this is how we can get it. Now we are getting a query list of task component. Now what I can do here, I can loop over each one. So here this dot task components dot for each, so we can use the for each or sum or anything, you can use it. For each of, I will get each task. Okay, and here I can do the console.log of, and I will get each task component. It's a component, right? I have told you it's a component. And here I can write task component dot, and in that one we are having an input value, that is task name, right? You can directly use the task name. So the properties and the methods which are available in the task component, we can use those ones. Right now here we are having input property, and that property you can directly use it here so that it will display the input value. Okay, so this is one thing. Now, so view children also I told you, right? So we have also another second argument which takes an object, that's an options object, and you can tell that task component, right now it is taking it as a component. You can also tell that you can take it as an element ref, so which is something like a native HTML DOM element, so for that you can apply padding, margin and all those things you can apply. So here I will be telling that it should be read as element ref, not as an component instance. So now here also you can tell it as element ref. Okay, element ref, that's it. Now here you will not able to ask that you are not able to access the task name. Instead of that one, you will be able to see that one as an HTML element. So the native element means it's an HTML element. So like this also you can be able to access it. So the query list has the plenty of methods, something like for each loop, length, size, you can able to get sum, every, and you can do whatever things. So some filter options, so many things are there. Apart from that one, you can also have another option, that is nothing but subscribing option. So whenever an element has been changed in this one, so you can also apply that one also. So for that one, what we can do it is, so we can have a changes. So here you can write something like this dot task components. Okay, this dot task components dot changes. Okay, whenever it is changes, and here I can do changes dot subscribe. I can use the subscribe. Okay, this is an RxJS thing, and here I can use something like console.log child components has changed. Okay, so this is the method which we can use it. Now whenever a new element or anything is changed, means then this changes subscribe will be executed. For example, let's say that I will write a set timeout here. So set timeout, after some time I will try to push this dot tasks dot push of hi Leela or anything, I will push it. Okay, and here I will use something like 3000, so 3000 milliseconds, 3 seconds. Now if you try to see here, now see after some time task child components has been changed, and hi Leela, that new element has also been added. So this is all about the view children in the Angular. So hope you understood about this view children and all the concept. I will try to commit this one in the new branch, that is video-22. Okay, so whoever may be having doubts or anything, so I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can take a look at that one by cloning the repository. And also guys, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video we have learned about the view child and also the view children. Now in this video we will learn about the content child and the content children. So content child and the content children and the view children is one and the same only. Just I want to explain you the difference between these. So now the content child is a decorator in Angular that provides a way to access the child component or directive or DOM element from a parent component class. It is a part of the Angular content project mechanism, which allows you to inject content from parent content into the child content. The content child decorator is used to get the first element or the directive matching the selector from the content DOM. I will try to show you a simple example so that you will be able to understand the clear mechanism how we can able to implement this one. So for this thing, what I will try to do is I will create a new one that is nothing but child component. So ngGC child component. So I am creating a child component here. So let us create it. So now we have created a child component here. So what we will try to do is, let's go to the app component.ts file, and in this one I am adding this child component. Let's add this child component. Yes, fine. So now here when we are trying to use this child component, okay, so when we are trying to use this child component, for example, let's say that in our app component, right? So here this is our app component. I will try to create this app child, and also I will create another component that is ngGC parent component also, so that we can have a clear understanding about this parent and child relationship. So not the child component, we need to have a parent component also we need to have. So let us create it. Now app parent component has also been created. Now here what I want to do is, so let's say that we will be adding an app parent. So here let's go to the app component, and here I will add the parent component also. And in our here, so here I will be accessing the app-parent, and in this one I will use the app-child, let's assume. Okay, so like this I am using it. Now let's go to the parent.component.ts file. So here I will go to the parent.component.ts file. So where we have used it, yeah, parent.component.ts file, and also we need to have the parent.component.html file also. So now here in this one, so what we need to do, we need to add the ng content in order to access the element. Okay, so here I will access the ng content. Okay, now automatically the data will come here. Child works. Yes, the child component came. Let's go to the child component.ts file, and also here let's go to the, and here I will be having a text of type message, message of type string. Okay, so what I will do here, I will add some welcome message or anything. Okay, so we'll add some hello from child component. We'll use hello from child component. I am adding this one, and what I will try to do is, here I will have a message, show message, and this one will alert the message, this dot message. Okay, so this is also completed. Now what I need to do, in our template, in our child.component.html file, so child.component.html file, and here I will do message. Okay, so hello from child component. That's it, finish. Child.component.ts file is there, and parent.component.html file is there, and parent.component.ts file is also there. So now what I want to do here, in our parent.component.html we have an ng content, right? So I need to access this ng content. Whatever the data is there in this ng content, I want to access it. So that means here we are having ng content, app-child is getting rendered. So we can access that one using the content child. So why? Because this app-child is present in the app.component.html, whereas here if you want to access it, we can access it only through the view child. So in order to access that content, we will be using a content child. So content child, and here it should be child component. So why? Because we are having a child component, right? And this one is a child component, and this was of type child component. That's it. So that's it, we have added it. Now this one will be available in ng after view unit, and also in the ng after content init also. So here you can have ng after content init. So you can have it like this, and you can console.log, and you can console.log this dot child component. That's it, finish. Now if you try to see in our console.log, so here you will be able to access this child component. See, child component is there, and if you want to access the method, means you can access the show message also. Now you will be able to get an alert message directly. See, so like this we can able to access the content using the content child. And as usual, you know, right? So we have also an options just like the view child. So if you want to read this one as an element ref, so you need to mention this one as an element ref, and also here also you need to mention this one as an element ref. Okay, now you will not able to access this one, so you will be able to access this one as an only the native HTML element. You will be able to access this one. Yeah, like this you will be able to access. This is how we will be using this, and you also have a static true which will be available on the ng on unit also. Ng after unit also it is available. So this is about the content child. And also we have another option also, like what I can say is content children. So if you are having double children here, app-child. So if you want to access these both the things, then what we need to do here, so instead of using this one, we need to use a content children. Okay, and content children, this should be read as what is that one? So here we can remove this one. So if you want, you can also use the read option, but here this time we will get a query list of child component. Okay, child component. Now if you try to see here, query list of child component. Now if you try to check here the child components, actually this one will be child components. You will get a child components, and if you see here, you will be able to get a query list. Okay, so two app children are there, we will be able to get this one. So if you want to check, you can also check with the length. You will be able to get a 2. See, we got the 2. So like this, we can able to execute. You do the for each loop and all those things, whatever thing you want, you can do it. And also you can also have an read option also. So it should be read as child component. Okay, and if you see here the option also, you will be able to get it. So this is how and you can also have a static true which will be available in the ng on it also. So this is the difference between content child and content children. So I am trying to do both the content child and content children in one video only. Why? Because so same like view child and view children only it is there. So there is nothing more different in that one. But whereas instead of directly accessing the component template, we will be accessing the content projected in that component in using the ng content. So that data we will be able to access it using the content child and content children. Content child means only one element we can able to access. Content children means the multiple query of list of data we will be able to access. So these are the main difference between content child and content children. So I will be committing this code in a new branch, that is nothing but video-23. Okay, video-23. And whoever may be having doubts or anything, if you want to refer this code, I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can have it. Take a look at that one. So here content children. So these two are the things which we have learned it. So I am committing this entire thing. So that's it guys about this content child and content children. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So now in this video, I want to discuss you some advanced scenario which we can able to Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, I want to discuss you about the queries and the injector tree. So this will be useful. This will be used in most advanced cases. In more advanced cases, we will be using this one. So we can also use any provider token as a locator also. Instead of using this component or any string value, we can also use the provider token as the locator. This lets you locate the elements based on the component and directive properties. For example, I will try to tell you the scenario in such a way that where we can find the scenario. Let's say that we have a product provider token. So for this one, what we will try to do, we will create an in our app, okay, sub item. So there is nothing but sub item dot token dot ts. So I am creating sub item dot token dot ts. Okay, so this is our file. And now in this TypeScript file, we have a constant or otherwise export constant sub underscore item. So we have one string which is shared across the multiple components sub item, and this one is an injector token, new injection token. Okay, and this is of type string. So I am taking a simple example of type string. Okay, so this is our thing. So new injection token, and here what is happening here? So okay, of string. So now we need to mention the string. So the name is something else, sub item, let's assume. Okay, so that's it. This is our injection token, and this one will be injected across multiple components. Right now we have standalone component, right? The two components, let's assume. So that is nothing but task.component.ts file and also child.component.ts file. So in these two components, it is sharing. So here task.component thing we will be providing using providers. Okay, and here provide, and this will be something like what I want to tell. And here it should be provide sub underscore item. Okay, and this one is reflecting with the name, and here we will be telling use value of task component value. Okay, so this is our provider. Okay, if you want to inject this provider, we can also inject it. That's not a problem. So how you will inject this one? So constructor. So just I am showing you how to inject. Without injecting also you can do it. So inject. So this is commonly you will be able to see inject of sub underscore item. We will be using inject of sub underscore item, and we will be having public or private, whichever variable you want, you can do it. Private injected item of type string. That's it. So now you can use this injected item. You can save this one in any variable or anything, wherever you want it you can use it. It's not a problem. So now we have injected this child component. Okay, so now we have injected this sub item. So if you want to use this injected item in our child component.html task component.html file, so you can use it without any problem. Task component.html file, and here you can use the div. Okay, so we can use it without any problem. So now this property is a private and only used. Okay, so now here let's say that we'll try to take it as an item of type string. Okay, so here what I will try to do is injected item, we will try to have it. Okay, sorry. So here what I will do is this dot item. Okay, this dot item is equal to injected item. So let's try to save it like this. Then we okay, it's a private item it is saying, right? We need to make this one as a public. I think now we can able to access it. Yes, we can able to access it. In the same scenario, now here you can remove this dot item and all those things. Okay, so that's it. So now we can able to access this injected item. In the same scenario, in child component.ts also it is having providers, and here provide what I want to provide here sub item, and here in this one I will try to use the value child component value. Okay, in the same scenario if you want to inject it you can use the injection. In the same scenario you can use it. Now let's assume that in our app component.html, which we are having it in our app component.html, we are using app-child like this, right? So now in this app-child we are having the two items. So for example, let's say that we are having only single item. Now let's go to the parent.component.ts file. So in our parent.component.ts file, so we will be having a content child. Okay, now instead of having this one with a component, you can also have with a placeholder also. So you can call it with a placeholder, it's not a problem. So now here sub underscore item. Okay, so we want to get this value. So here we need to read this one as child component. If you want to read it, you can read it. Just I want to show you the different type. So sub item type. Okay, and this one is of type string. Okay, so we are getting the sub item type which is present in this one, right, of type string. That's it. So now if you try to take this content child, and here if you try to check this sub item type console.log, so we will be able to get the value. That is nothing but child component value. You will be able to see here child component, whatever the value we have mentioned in the provider, we are able to get it. In the same scenario, for example, let's say that we are having an app-task also. Okay, now for this one to implement, so we need to add the task name. Why? Because it will take the task name also, right? So some random number I am taking. So now, so we are displaying this task value also. So task component value also we are displaying. Now if I want to use this value, I want to mention this both the things based on a common thing is nothing but sub item type. I want to get the sub item value in both of the components. So that for that reason what I can do is, so here I can use a content children and sub item, both are having a sub item, and here this one will be a query list. Okay, so this one is a query list of string. Now if you try to get this sub item type, okay, this is a query list, and you will be having both the values, child component value and also task component value you will be having. And if I loop over this both the things, something like this dot, and I will try to do this one as a sub item, and here this dot sub items types dot for each, okay, of element, let's assume. So here console.log element means we will be able to get the whatever the provider value we have mentioned in the both the components, we will be able to get the both the values, child component value and task component value. Like this you will be able to get the values. So this is how we can able to access using the provider as a location. So this is a more advanced case, just I am explaining you how we can do it using the provider also. Hope you understood about this concept. So why we will be using this inject thing is, so if you want to inject in a multiple components, so we will be injecting this one as a provider, directly we can inject it. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, I will commit this code. First of all, I will commit this code in our new branch video-24, and I will commit this entire code. So this one is nothing but provider injection tree. I will do it. So that's it. So if you have a need, or if you want to refer this code, means I will be providing the GitHub repository in the description below, so you can have a take a look at that one. And if you like this, and if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the how programmatically we can render the components. So programmatically render the components. So instead of using the component directly in a template, you can also dynamically render the components. So basically there are two main ways to dynamically render a component. First one is using ng component outlet, or in your TypeScript code, if you want to write it, means then we need to use the view container ref. So these are the two ways how we can programmatically render the components. For example, let's say that in a template, if you want to render a component dynamically, so we will be using ng component outlet. So let's try to implement that ng component outlet. I will try to show you a basic example for this one. So now here I will be creating a two components, that is first one is admin profile and the another one is the user profile. So now we will be having a flag something like isAdmin. So if isAdmin is true, means then we need to load the component admin component, or if isAdmin is false, means then we need to load the component user component. So these two components we need to these two components based on the toggle we need to load it dynamically. Normally what we will try to use, we will use an ngIf statement to load the component, but here we can dynamically render the component by using the ng component outlet. So I will try to show you that basic example. So I am creating the component admin profile. So let it create. Now admin profile component is also created. Now I am creating another one, that is nothing but user profile. So I will create this user profile component also. So admin profile component is created and also the user profile component is also created. Now what we need to do is, so here we are having two components. Based on the toggle we need to show the admin or the profile. So here let's go to the app.component.ts file. So this is our app component, and here I will be loading admin profile component and the user profile component. So these are the two components, and let's say that we are having a where flag in such a way that isAdmin is equal to true. Okay, so we are having a isAdmin flag. Now based on this flag we need to show admin profile component. If it is false, means then we need to show user profile component. So if you go to the app component.html file, so this is our app component.html file, and here I will do in such a way that app-admin profile. So this is our thing, and another one will be having app-user profile. App-user profile. So these are the two components which we will be loading. Now based on the toggle we need to load only one, right? So here I can use ngIf. Okay, if it is isAdmin, and we are having ngIf. We will try to learn about this ngIf also. So in Angular 17, so there is a new implementation of this one. So not of isAdmin. So now if isAdmin, so now here we are able to see that admin profile works. Why? Because the flag is true. Now if I try to make this one as a false, then what will happen? So this will become user admin is false, means then we are getting user profile. So in this way we can load whatever the component you want it using the ngIf. But we need to render the component dynamically. Here we are having two components, but we need to render the component dynamically in the template. Okay, this is in a template. So for this reason, what we will try to do is we will be using the ng component outlet. So here instead of implementing these two things, I will implement ng container. We will try to learn about this ng container also. Ng container, and here ng component outlet Okay, so this one should be star. It's a structural directive. We'll learn about the structural directives also. Lot more things are there. So get, I will use get profile component. Okay, so I need to get the profile component. Now if you go into this one in our app component.ts file, so here I will be writing get profile component, and in this one I will return, okay, if this return this dot is admin is there, then I will return admin profile component, or otherwise I will return user profile component. That's it, finish. So now if you try to see here, we are able to get a user profile works. And if you try to see here in our where is this one, if I make it as a true, and this one is admin profile component works. So this is one way which we can load the component in load the component dynamically in a template. So this is how we will be doing it. Now what I will try to do is I will commit this code. So now in order to, instead of adding this one dynamically in the template, if you want to write through the TypeScript code means, then what we can do, I already discussed it, right? In a view child we have another option, that is view container ref. In the next video I will try to explain you about this view container ref also. So this is how we will be loading a component dynamically in the what I can say is in the ng component outlet. What I will do is I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is video -25. Okay, and here I will commit this entire code ng component outlet. So this is all about this is so whoever may be having doubts, or if you want to refer this code means, so you can go to my GitHub repository URL. I will be providing the link in the description, so you can have a take a look at that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how we can dynamically load the component using in a template using the ng component outlet, right? So now in this video, we will learn about how we can dynamically load the component using a TypeScript code. So that is one thing which we want to write. So I will create a simple demo for this one also, in order to clearly understand about the scenario. So here for this one, in order to achieve, so what I will try to do is I will create two components, ng-gc dynamic. Okay, this is a dynamic component, and another one I will create another component that is nothing but host component. So these two in the host component we will try to load the dynamic component. Let's try to see how we can load it. Let's create this dynamic component. It will take some time to create it. Let's wait. And here the dynamic component has been created. So let's create the host component also. So here I will be creating the host component, host. Okay, let's try to create this host component also. So the dynamic component and also host component has been created. Let's go to the host component. So this is our host component.ts file, and this is our host component.html file also. So here I will try to add this one in our app.component.ts. Okay. So first we will try to implement this host component. No, sorry, host component. We'll try to add it here. Host component. I have added it. And here in our app.component.html, I want to load this host component. So here I will have one div, and here app-host. So now if you try to see here, we will be able to see host works, right? So now I want to load a dynamic component in the host component, right? So here I need to load it. So in this one, so let's try that div. Okay, so host component, we'll try to have it like this. And now we need to load the dynamic components in such a way that app-dynamic. Okay, this is the thing which should be loaded dynamically. And for this one, we need to import the dynamic component here. Dynamic component. And here the host component, it will be loaded directly like this. If I save these all the things, and if we refresh this page, hopefully the dynamic component has to work. Why it's not working? And here also we have loaded this dynamic component, and hopefully this has to come. Host works, dynamic component.html, dynamic component.html, and this one is also dynamic works is there. So fine, everything is working fine. I think oh, here it is not opening. So okay, fine, let's try to stop this one. I will stop this one and I will try to run it again. I am rerunning this project. So now let's try to see. So here the component has been loaded. So host component, dynamic component, both are working. So this is the traditional way how we can do this one. But here in our host component.html, so this should be imported dynamically. Normally in the component we have seen it, right? In the template, if you want to do it, we need to use the ng component outlet. So not like that, we need to use a dynamically injected component. So for this one, what we need to do is in our host component.ts file, so we need to have a constructor. Okay, constructor is there, and this one it should be injected. So view container ref, it should be injected. Private view container ref of type view container ref. So this should be imported dynamically. And here in our on init, ng on init, okay, ng on init. Now in this ng on init, what you can do is this dot view container ref dot create components, and in this create component you can load the dynamic component directly. That's it, finish. Now if you try to see here, the dynamic component is working fine. Now here there is no implementation of this one. So for example, dynamic component HTML, sorry, in our host component HTML we haven't written anything. Host component 1, if you try to write it here, host component 1, then also it is working fine. Host component 1 is the dynamic component. So here the dynamic component has been loaded dynamically. If you try to see here in host code, so this is one way how we can download the not download the component, so load the component dynamically. And we have also another method in such a way that what I want to tell you is I want to load the component in a particular place only. For example, here we are having let's say that start component, and we are having another one something like div end component, and in between this one we need to load a dynamic component. So here in between this one we need to load the dynamic component. Normally what it will do, start and end component, and afterwards at the end it will load the dynamic component. Why? Because we haven't to mention where this dynamic component needs to be loaded. So directly we are telling that it used to create a component, so it will create at the end of the template thing. So that is the reason. So if you want to create the component in the place in this div means, then we need to use the view child container ref, we need to use it, view child container, that one view container ref we need to use it, and in using that process we need to load it. In the next video I will try to explain you how we can load that one using like that. So hope you understood about this one, how we can dynamically load the component through the TypeScript code. So two ways we have learned it. One is through the template reference, and another one is through the dynamic component, so through the TypeScript code. So hope you understood about this one. So I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video -26, and I will commit this code, that is nothing but container ref. Okay, view container ref. Actually, whoever may be having doubts, if you want to refer this code means, I will be providing the full video link below, repository link below to this video. So you can clone it and you can watch that, you can clone it and you can see the details. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video, we are learning about the host component and also the view container ref. We are learning it, right? So here, if you observe it carefully, so we have created a dynamic component, but the situation is, so whenever the dynamic component you want to create in a particular location. So for example, in this div container, if you want to load it means what we need to do. So in this scenario also we can load it. For this one, what we will do is, here I will create container ref or anything. Okay, and this container ref, let's go to the host.component, and in this one we need to create the view child. Okay, first we need to capture the view child. Okay, view child of, and that one is the container ref, and it should be read as, so why? Because it's an element ref, right? Element ref, it should be read as view container ref. Okay, and container and of type view container ref. So in this scenario, so there is no need for us to load the view container ref as a dynamically injected one. So there is no need for us. Now an ng on init, it will be not available. So it will be available only in the ng after view unit. But in the ng after view unit, what will happen? Is, so you can keep it as a static true also if you want to load it in the ng on init. So ng after view unit means you will get an expression changed error. Why? Because we cannot change the variables when we are loading the ng after unit. For this reason, we will create a button. Okay, so I will create button load component. So if you want, you can keep a static true, and also you can load it on the ng on it. So click is equal to load component. I will use the method load component, and this method, let's go to the host component.ts file, and here I will load the component. So first one, what we need to do is, first we need to clear the container. This dot container dot clear. So if anything already is there, means we will clear the container. Now let's refresh the page. Yeah, now it has container has been cleared. Now what we need to do, we need to load the component. So here you need to use this dot container, this dot container dot create component of the dynamic component we need to create it. That's it. So now if you try to see here, when I try to load the component, okay, automatically the dynamic component has been created in between these two components. In between these two HTML elements, the dynamic component we have created. So in this way we can create wherever we want to have it, we can create it. If you want, means you can also keep another option, that is nothing but static true. I already told you, right? Static true, and these two things you can add it here in our ng on it. Now it will be available, and this dynamic component automatically loads when the page has been loaded. So dynamic component has already been loaded. So in this way we can use it. So this is how we will be loading the component dynamically in a particular place. So whatever the place you want in the component you want to load it, means this is how we will be loading it. And another one which I want to tell you is, for example, if it has an input element or anything, and if you want to pass the input element, for example, dynamic component is there, right? Dynamic component.ts file. Okay, so this is our dynamic component, and here let's assume that we have an input. Okay, input message of type string is equal to default message. Okay, and here let's say that we also have an output also. Let's say that we also have an output message of type string, and we can remove this one, and here output output of action anything is equal to new event emitter of type string. So it will send you the string. That's it. Now here send event, I will have a method send event, and here this dot action dot emit of this dot action dot emit of, I will send some message. Okay, event sent. So this is our code, and let's go to the dynamic component.html, and here we are having this dynamic component, right? And in this one also dynamic component, and here also in this one also what I will do is, I will have one button send event. Okay, send event, I will have like this send event, and upon clicking on this one, so we will be sending the event, send event. That's it. So now we are sending the event. Now if you try to now this one is finished. So now if I click on dynamic component.ts file, okay, so it is having. Now let's go to the host component.ts file. So when I click on this dynamic component, so we are having this dynamic component, and we need to show this default message also, right? So here we will show this default message, that is nothing but input message, and I will be showing that input message. Now if you see here, I will click on that load component, and we will able to see a default message. Now I want to send this message, I want to send a custom message to this one, the input event. I have created a dynamic component, I want to send the input data also to this one. So for that reason what we need to do is, let's create a container ref. Okay, container or component ref, component ref of type component ref of dynamic component. Okay, so this is which I have created it, and this one should be something like this dot component ref is equal to, and I have added this one. Now in order to send an input message, what we need to do is this dot component ref dot instance. So we need to take the instance dot, so we will be having these all the things. So message is equal to, and we can send hi Leela. So this is our message which we can send it. Now if I click on this one, see the hi Leela say message we have sent it. Now when I click on this event, so an event will be submitted, right? Always an event will be submitted. So when you click here, event will be submitted. If you want to capture that event means, we can also use it. So this dot component ref dot instance dot action dot subscribe. So you will get the message, okay, and here you can console.log of that message, so you can take that message. So that is nothing but event sent or something, we have used it, right? So that's the same message, you will be able to get it. Cannot find message, what is this one? So we are having this one, right? Dot subscribe of message action dot subscribe only, and we are using the same method. Did you mean message spelling mistake or what? Okay, we are having triple S. Okay, so now if you try to see the output for this one, so load the component, and if I click on this event, see event sent has been sent. So in this way we will be loading the dynamic component, and also we are sending the event and also capturing the events and all those things. We will be doing it like this. Hope you understood about this concept. So I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video -27. So here view container ref, right? So view container ref with input. So this one is with input and output. So if you want to refer this code or anything means, I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can have a take a look at that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So in the previous videos, we have seen how we can dynamically load the components in the template using the ng component outlet. And also in the TypeScript, if you want to use it means how we can use it using the view container ref also we have observed it. Now in this video, we will try to learn about a small concept thing, that is lazy loading of the components. You can use both of the approaches described in the previous videos, ng component outlet and also the view container ref, to render the components that are lazy loaded with a standard JavaScript dynamic input. So I will try to explain you. Here, if you try to see here, this is our app component.ts, right? And here we are having two components, that is nothing but admin profile and user profile, which is loaded dynamically through the component template. Here ng component outlet is getting downloaded. So instead of this one using like this, we can also use the lazy load input. So that means there is no need for us to mention it here in our standalone components. So we can remove it directly, and we can load it, lazily load it, we can do it. So how we can do this one? So let's try to see it. So for that one, what we need to do is, so I will try to have an profile component. So we need to have a profile component, right? So profile component, we need to create a profile component, so which is of type, so we need to create a constructor function. So it should be a constructor function which should be created with a new object, and it should be an admin profile component, or it should be a user profile component. Okay, so it should be something like between these two, and it can be also be a null also. So is equal to null, you can define it like this. So that's it. So now you are having a profile component variable which should be which should have a admin profile component or user profile component object that should be created with a constructor function. That is constructor function, it should be created. So this is the type we are mentioning it. And now this profile component, so where we can use it on ng on init. So here ng on init you can mention it, and in this ng on init what we need to write, if this is the admin is there, if this dot is admin is there, then what we need to do, so we need to load the component. So for that one, what we need to do is, so here we can have in such a way that ng on init, or otherwise what I can do is, so here, or otherwise we already have this get profile component, right? So we can do here in this code only, if this dot is admin is there, okay, and we need to check that whether admin profile is a default class or it's a class only, it's not a default class. So that means, so what we need to do here, constant, so we will get the admin profile component, and here we need to await import. Okay, so we need to await the import, and this should be async, and here also you need to use the await, and here in this import, so we need to load the component where we can find it. So that's it. So we can load the component, and here in our profile component, so this dot profile component is equal to admin profile component. We can directly assign it this one. And here what I can do is, so we can also remove this code. Sorry, we can also remove this code. Else if it is not an admin means, then what I need to do here, so we can load the user profile component, and here this should be await of import, and we should import this one. And in this import what we can do is, so user profile slash user profile component .ts file, and in this one you will be getting user profile component, I think. Yes, and this user profile component we can have it in this dot profile component is equal to user profile. Oh sorry, this is not admin profile component. Yeah, this is that only. And here user profile component, we can have it like this. That's it. So now we are able to get it. And now this get profile component, instead of having this one, so here you can add it directly profile component, I think. That's it, right? So that's it. Now if you try to see here, we are not able to see the output. Most probably load component, we are not able to see it. Admin profile are not able to see it. Why? Because this get profile component, we are not calling it anywhere. So in ng or init, I will try to call it. That's it. Finish. And this should be this dot. Okay. And if you try to see here, immediately we are able to get this admin profile component. But this time we are dynamically loading this component using we are lazily loading the component using this await import. Not only with this one, we can also add it through the TypeScript code also. View container ref also we can do it. So this is how we will be adding the lazily loading the components. So this can be achieved both of the approaches, ng component outlet and also the view container ref also we can get it. So now there is no need for us to mention in the standalone thing. So this is how we will be doing it. Now what I will do is, I will commit this code in a new branch, that is video-28, and I will commit this code, that is lazily loading components. So lazy load components, I am adding it. And if you want to refer this code, I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below. For more details, you can refer that code. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the component change detection strategy. So in Angular, the change detection strategy is a mechanism to detect the changes in the component data and reflect those changes in the view. So normally Angular provides two main strategies, that is, one is default strategy and another one is an on push strategy. So as you people already know, if you have learned about my Angular courses, so we will be having in Angular two different strategies, that is one default strategy and another one is on push strategy. So this is default strategy and another one is on push strategy. Understanding these strategies is crucial for optimizing your application performance. So I will provide you with a simple example, something like counter example or anything. I will try to show you and I will demonstrate you how it both work and also their differences. So by default, Angular uses this default change detection strategy. This strategy checks for changes in bindings for all components starting from the root component to all child components whenever any event happens, like click event or HTTP responses, etc. So this can be a performance intensive for large applications with many bindings. I will try to show you a simple example with the default strategy. So normally all the components are by default change detection strategy default only. So if you mention it by explicitly on push only, then it will be different. So I will try to show you one change detection strategy by default. For example, let's say that here, okay, so I will close this one. I am closing this one. Okay, so let's close this one. So I am clearing it off. I am creating a new component, child default. Okay, so I am creating a new component, child default. So that means which will implement the default strategy. So let it create. So now we have created a component. I will also create another component, that is nothing but ngGC child push. So there is nothing but which will have an on push strategy, so that we will create two components at a time and we'll try to see the difference by the time. So now these two components has been created. Let's go to the parent.component.ts file or HTML file. Okay, and here I will remove this one all, and let's go to the app.component.html file also, and here I will comment out this all the things. Okay, or otherwise I'll remove it. And app-parent, so this is the one which we will be having. And here, okay, so here in our parent.component file, so here I will be having two strategies, that is nothing but app-child. Oh sorry, we need to import these two things, right? Parent.component.ts file, and here I will import child-default component, and another one is child on push component or otherwise push component. Okay, so these two components has been there. Now we are having these two components, and let's go to the parent.component.html file, and in this one we will have something like app-child-default. Okay, so we are having app-child-default, and I will have another one is app-child-push. Okay, so these are the two components which we will be having. So we are able to see it. Now let's go to the app-child-default. I want to show you the difference. So for example, let's say that here I am having a value in such a way that I am having a count. Okay, so count is equal to 0, and if you go into the constructor, and here I will run the set interval. Okay, and here I will run for every second, and I will increment the counter. Okay, so by default this one is a default strategy. So this dot count plus plus. Now when you implement this one, so if you go to the child-default.html file, and if you try to see here the first one, if you are having, so okay, sorry, the div, if you try to check, okay, and here count value for default strategy. Okay, so here the count value, if you try to see, all the time it will be updated. Here you will be able to see the output for this one. If I try to refresh this page, why this one is not coming, and here also I did it, and if you try to see here, page reload sent to the client, sometimes the problems will come. We need to restart the server again. Let us restart the server. Okay, so now we are able to see that count value for default strategy has been running. So now if you try to see here, every time when the set interval is updating, so the component is checking for the changes, and all the components which are available and its child components also are getting updated. So because of that reason, so we are able to see. Okay, so this is how the default strategy will work. So this is one way how the default strategy will work, and the other ways how the so this is one way. And if you try to check the same thing in the on push strategy, so here child/on push, child/push dot component.ts file. So here this is our thing, right? And the same code you will be having count is equal to 0, and the same constructor, whichever the code we are having it, right? So I will try to update the same thing in our push strategy also. Okay, now in our child.push.strategy, child-push.component.html file, and here if I try to write the div, so the count value in on push strategy. Okay, so this is the on push strategy, then the value will be, let's try to check it. So now here in our child.push on push, right, so we are updating the count, and I am writing instead of value it should be count, sorry. So the count will be there, and now if you try to see here, the on push strategy is also getting updated, same thing, but here it is the on push component is in the default mode. So now we need to change the detection, change detection. So here we need to write change detection strategy dot on push. I will try to change it to on push. That's it. Now if I refresh this page, see, only this default strategy is getting updated, whereas this on push strategy is not getting updated. Why? Because so whenever this component is updating, it will not check for the changes. So then what we need to do? So if it is not checking for the changes, this on push is not checking for the changes means, then if any variable or any value is getting updated, how come the template will able to know that this value has been updated and now it needs to run the template re-rendering? How it will try to do it? So there are particular scenarios where this on push strategy will detect for the changes. So those strategies and all those things we will try to see it in our next video. I will try to explain you completely on the on push, in which scenarios or in which situations that change detection strategy will be executed or will be running. So normally in which scenarios it will not run. Default strategy will always run, but here this time it is not running. So what are the different scenarios where this on push strategy will check for the changes? I will try to explain in the next video. So this is the code. I will commit this entire code in a new branch, that is nothing but video hyphen 29. Okay, and whoever may be having doubts or anything, so you can refer to this code. So here change detection default and on push. So I will committing this code. So if you want to refer this code means I will be providing the GitHub repository URL in the description below, so you can have a take a look at that one. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we are learning about the change detection strategy available in the Angular components. Why we use this change detection strategy? So in order to increase the performance when you are working in a large scale application. So the default change detection strategy which is available in the Angular, so it is a performance intensive thing, so it will take so much of performance. So if you implement this one in a on push strategy, then you will be having you can have so much of performance thing. So how we can implement this? So if you try to see here, we are having a on push strategy for this child component, on push component, and if you try to see here, for every 1 second I am incrementing the count, and the same count I am trying to use it in the template variable. So if you try to see here, the same count I am using in the template. Now if you try to see here, whenever the data is getting updated, the default strategy, the count is getting incremented, whereas the on push strategy, the count is not getting incremented. So in order to react to the changes, so what we need to do on push strategy? So generally, in order to react to the changes in the on push strategy, so generally it will be having something like around 4 ways we can do it. First one is, instead of having the count variable, we need to pass it as an input variable to this one. So on push strategy react to the input. Whenever the input data changes, immediately it will re-render the component and also its child components. So for this reason, what we need to do is, instead of having this one, so we need to add it in our, let's close me this one all. So you need to add it in our parent component. So this is our parent component, right? Here we will be having in such a way that count is equal to 0, and in the constructor you will be writing the same thing, set interval, okay, set interval of, and here you will be set interval, and we need to change the input variable for this one. So here I can write it something like 1000, okay, and here I will be sending it as 1000. Here we will be writing it this dot count plus plus. So now we are writing it like this here. So now if you go into our constructor is completed, right? So now if you go into our parent component.html, and in this parent component.html, so app-child default, why it is showing error, we don't know. So let's go to here in this one, and I will pass this count value. Count is equal to count. I am passing this count value. Now here in our child push component.ts file, so here in this one, so what we need to do, instead of having this one as like this, so we need to take it as an input variable. Okay, so we need to take it as an input variable, and this input should be count plus plus, and there is no need for us to pass this set interval. Okay, and input variable is there and count is there, so everything is working fine. And as Angular component imports, what is this happening? Cannot bind to count since it is in yeah, finish, right? So we have implemented that one. Yeah, now if we try to see the count value, so whenever in our parent.component.ts file, so it is getting updated. So in console in errors is there, So nothing is there. So we are sending the count value, and here in this input variable we are taking it, and the parent.component.ts file. So here we are updating the count. Okay, and yeah, here now if you try to see here, this one is also change detection strategy on push also is getting updated. So this is one way where we can make this one pass. And the another situation where we will be having is the what I can say is, so the input changes, right? If you, so input is also working fine. So the second scenario where this on push strategy will be happened is, so whenever you get an events, so whenever an event is originated, for example, now we will try to remove this input thing and all those things. So here I will remove this input. Okay, and I am removing this input thing, and let's go to the child push component.ts. So right now we are having a count is equal to 0. So in which scenario this count will get updated? So that is scenario is, so if you go here into this one, and if you have an div element, okay, you are having a button and update count. So if you are having like this update count, and here you can have something like on click is equal to update count, and this update count, let's go to the child component, and here you will write the update count. Okay, and here we will be writing it as this dot count plus plus. So now whenever we are updating, whenever an event happens, now if you try to see here, so in this scenario also the count will be updated. So that means Angular runs the change detection when an event is originated from the component or any of its children. This includes DOM events like clicks, form inputs, etc. like that one. So this is also one scenario. Clicking on that button triggers the update count method, leads to the change detection. So this is one way. And the last way, which not the last way, and the another way which we can detect the change detection is, that is nothing but using the async pipe. So for this one, what we need to do is, so here instead of having the count as a number, we will have a count as an observable. So now here what we will try to do is, I will make this one as off. Yeah. So now what I will try to do is count dollar. Okay, this one is a count dollar, and this is of type observable. Okay, observable. So this should be of type observable of number. So you will be having a number. So now what I will try to do is, so here in our constructor, okay, in our constructor, so let's comment on this one. Yeah, in our constructor we need to create a new one, new observable. Count dollar is equal to new observable of, it will have a subscriber. Okay, it will have a subscriber, and what it will try to do is, so I will run the set interval. Okay, set interval, and in this set interval, so every 1000 milliseconds I will try to subscriber dot next of, and I will take this value as 0. Okay, so I will take the initial value as 0, and all the time I will try to pass the value plus plus. That's it. So now I am trying to pass this one. So now this observable will be incrementing all the time with 1, 2, 3 like that. So how we can use this one is using the async pipe. Here instead of using it like this, we can use counter dollar async. Automatically this one will be subscribed. So there is no need to unsubscribe and all those things, there is no need. So here we are getting an error because we need to import the common module. Okay, let's import the common module. That's it. Now if you try to see here, if I refresh this page, hopefully this one has to work. Now it is refreshing. Now if you see here the output for this one, hey, what is happening? This much time it is taking. My system is slow, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, its run page has been reloaded. Let's wait for some time. See, now the output has been came. So now the count is also getting updated because of this observable thing. So whenever an observable is there, so when using the async pipe in the templates, Angular subscribes to that observable and runs the change detection whenever the observable emits a new value. So that is one thing. Okay, here the async pipe automatically, so whatever try to see here, the async pipe automatically triggers the change detection when the count dollar emits. So apart from these all the things, 3 ways we have seen it, right? Using the input and also events firing whenever we trigger the events, and also the observable emits the data. So these are the 3 places where the change detection automatically runs in the on push. So now we can also manually trigger the change detection also. For example, let's say that let's go to the old one. That is nothing but what I want to do is count is equal to 0. Okay. So normally we are having count is equal to 0. And for what we have written here, so in this one we have written set interval of, and here we will be writing this dot count plus plus. Okay. And here you will be having 1000 milliseconds. So this is our normal thing, and here also we will be using count. So but here automatically this will not get updated. Okay, so automatically this one will not get updated. So here this one is getting updated, but this one is not updating. Why? Because by default it is in the on push for set interval or set time mode, so the change detection will not run. So in order to run this one means we need to manually trigger. Change detection can be manually triggered using the change detector ref and mark for check or detect changes method. So here I will try to do private, I can use CDR whatever the variable, and here change detector ref. Okay, so this should be imported from the Angular core, and here for this one, so we have injected it, right? So whenever the data is getting updated, so you want to detect the changes means, so you can write CDR dot, so you can use detect changes or mark for check, so you can have it like this, anything. So now if you try to update, so automatically, so see here the value is also getting updated. So here we are manually telling to the Angular that to detect for the changes. So these are the 4 ways in which the change detection strategy in Angular in the on push will work. So one is input, and another one is the events firing, and the third one is the using the observables emitting the data using the async pipe, and the fourth one is the manually triggering via change detector ref. So these are the 4 ways which we can use the change detection strategy on push. So hope you understood about this all the concept. I will commit this entire code in our video -30. So whoever want to refer this code means I will be providing the GitHub repository in the description below. So you can take a look at that one, change detection on push, right? So that's it guys about this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.